Alright, reboot.
The cloud is what blankets the sky here. You may smell it in the air, copper and sulfur. Burns the lungs and seeps into the skin. As for its origins, I'm not certain. Pre-war industrial pollutants. Something in the Sierra Madre structure. It is unique across the wasteland and deadly. It has kept this place preserved since the Great War. No, while it will erode your health, it will only bring you to the point of death, no farther. At that point, the air here is into concentrated pockets of the cloud. Too long inside one, you'll die, so be careful where you step. I've seen some survive concentration in the cloud for short periods of time, if healthy enough.
For 2 years, Moscow leaned hard on Tehran. When Russia
rebreathers, chemical suits, there is no protection against it.
Sanctions
It
tightened.
decays
Iranian
all the
networks
time.
helped move money. And
I found fighting it useless.
Washington tried to isolate the Kremlin. Tehran stood beside it. That partnership was not symbolic. It was functional. It was built for war. And let's be honest, it was kind of like having a buddy who always has your back in a bar fight. Only this buddy has drones. Then, in a single night, the foundation shook. On February 28, 2026, coordinated strikes by the United States and Israel tore through key Iranian military sites. Within hours, Trump confirmed that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had been killed. The strike marked not just a fatal blow to Iranian operations, but the clipping of Russia's wings. Iran was not just a friendly government. It was a supply line. It was a financial back channel and a strategic anchor in the Middle East that Russia badly needed. Now that anchor is drifting. Russia's days, as we know them, seem to be numbered.
If tomorrow Israel, with or without the help of the U.S., simply kills Khamenei, what will be your reaction and the reaction of Russia?
I hope that this will be the best way to answer your question. I don't even wish to discuss such a possibility. I don't want to.
Back in June of 2025, at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, someone put Vladimir Putin on the spot. What would Russia do if Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, were assassinated? Maybe by Israel, maybe by the United States. Putin didn't hesitate. He shut the question down, said he didn't want to even discuss it. It wasn't swagger, it wasn't bravado, it was caution, because Moscow could already see the cracks forming in Tehran. For years, Israel had been striking Iranian targets, not once or twice, but hundreds of times. Eventually, more than 1,000 strikes since 2017. In 2020, the United States killed Qasem Soleimani, one of the most powerful men in Iran, proving it could reach deep into the regime's inner circle. Inside Iran, the pressure was building too. Khamenei was 86 years old. His health was fragile. The question of who would replace him was no longer theoretical. Inflation hovered around 40%. In some provinces, food prices climbed even faster. Protests kept erupting, then fading, then erupting again. Russia watched all of it. And more importantly, Russia understood it could not control any of it. Then, in late February 2026, the scenario that Putin refused to discuss became a reality. US and Israeli strikes hit Tehran under Operation Epic Fury. Khamenei was killed, along with members of his family and other senior figures in the leadership circle. Strangely, Moscow did not respond immediately. It waited. A full day passed. When Putin finally spoke, he chose his words carefully. In a letter to Iran's president, he called the killing a cynical violation of moral and legal norms. He offered condolences as he praised Khamenei as a partner who had helped build a genuine strategic bond between Moscow and Tehran. The language was strong, but the actions were not. No troop movements, no emergency deployments, no sudden military buildup, no attempt to form a protective coalition, just words. That reaction fits a clear pattern. When Muammar Gaddafi fell in 2011, Russia protested but stayed out. When Saddam Hussein was executed in 2006, Moscow expressed anger but did nothing. Even when Bashar al-Assad lost power
Anywhere
after
shelter from the cloud.
years of Russian backing,
Inside
There's no
buildings,
dramatic rescue.
tunnels,
The rhetoric stays
any place not
The
exposed to
action
the
remains
outside air.
lost. Iran carries
Anything the
stakes
cloud
in
has
those
touched
cases.
has preserved it one
Invading
way or
Ukraine in
another.
2022,
But
Western
only
sanctions
the
came
holograms in the
Russian
villa
banks
truly
were cut off
remain.
from the global financial system. Technology imports dried up. Europe slashed its use of Russian energy by more than 80%. The economic shock was real, and it was deep. That is when Tehran became more than a partner. It became essential breathing room. Iran had decades of experience surviving sanctions. It knew how to run shadow oil fleets. It knew how to use back-channel banks. It had long traded outside of the dollar system. For Moscow, that knowledge was not academic. It was survival. The relationship accelerated. Trade climbed into the billions. Energy cooperation expanded. Nuclear projects moved forward. And the international north-south transport corridor gained real momentum, linking Russia to India through Iran and cutting shipping times dramatically compared to routes through the Suez Canal. This was about building parallel systems, creating new trade routes, finding ways to keep money and goods flowing when the West tried to shut the door. That is why this moment feels different. If Iran's regime now stumbles through a messy succession, with an economy still fragile and external pressure intensifying, Russia does not just lose a diplomatic partner, it loses a workaround expert, a country that showed it how to endure under siege. The speeches may still stay defiant, the condemnations may keep coming, but beneath the surface, the calculation is simple. Tehran matters to Moscow not for ideology, but for staying afloat. Iran is oxygen in a sanctions-choked world. Without it, Russia's ability to function under pressure becomes far weaker. And that is why Moscow's caution, its measured silence, and its careful words all point to the same truth. Iran is indispensable. The partnership reached into the battlefield itself. What Tehran offered Moscow wasn't only financial breathing room, it was military muscle in the form of drones. A steady supply of Iranian Shahed drones turned into a centerpiece of Russia's air campaign in Ukraine. They were cheap to produce, noisy in the sky, and impossible for civilians to tune out. Russia used them in swarms, sending wave after wave to wear down Ukrainian air defenses and keep constant pressure on cities and infrastructure. In the early stages of the war, Moscow leaned heavily on Iranian designs, components, and expertise. Later, it scaled up production inside of Russia, with large assembly lines in places like Tatarstan. But the foundation, the technology, the know-how, the blueprint, all came straight from Tehran. Now, with Iran unraveling, or right where it hurts. Those Shahed drones relied on a steady stream
They
of
fill the
Iranian
villa.
parts, engineering support,
More than a
and
casino.
technical updates. With factories unstable, supply chains disrupted,
They carry out the
cross-border
functions
networks
the
weakening,
dead
the
once
backbone
did.
is breaking.
They cannot
Russia
be
can still
harmed.
assemble drones at home,
They
but
only
without
perform
consistent
the
input from
same
Tehran,
rote
the
tasks
scale
until
and the
their
quality
power
drop.
dies.
On the other hand, Ukraine
There
keeps
are no
gaining access to
consequences,
more advanced Western
except
drones
for
and
the
later
security
defenses.
holograms, the ones
That
with
leaves
the
Moscow in a
silhouettes of the
dangerous
armored
spot.
Sierra Madre
It has
Guards.
leaned on sheer volume to compensate for inferior technology, flooding the skies to stretch Ukraine's defenses thin. If Iran's collapse cuts off that supply, Russia loses the one tactic that allowed it to keep constant pressure. The result is few.
Most holograms perform specific functions. The security holograms, ever since the bombs fell, now perform their function. They will kill anyone they detect. They are immune to guns, weapons, EMPs, even energy weapons. Still, they have limitations. Their design limits their field of view, enough to avoid detection. Each has an emitter. Destroy or disable it, and they cease to be a threat. Still, at least they still work as intended. Other technology here is more of a threat to you. Notably, the villa's radios and speakers. Yes, music was intended to be broadcast all over the villa. Over time, however, the radio signal has... Speakers and radios interfere with the bomb caller frequency and can... It is an unfortunate side effect, one I did not anticipate. I was unable to calibrate the call list to block the signals. So, you'll have to make do. Yes, but not immediately. You hear a beep? There are damaged speakers and shielded ones. The damaged ones you can destroy at range. Don't get close. The damaged speakers are sparking. Hard to miss. The casings are resistant to vandalism. Punching or hitting them will not destroy them. Gunshots, energy blasts, even spears thrown with great force. Shielded speakers can't be destroyed at all. You'll need to avoid them or switch them off via a terminal. I've downloaded the instructions and markers on your Pip-Boy, in case you forget. And yes, I have access to that device on your wrist. Get the other 3 here after that. I'll have more instructions for you. Do this, I'll let you go. I'll let all of you go. One is a trusted ally. Obedient, caller, or no, although the caller helps. The other 2, well, we'll have to see what the trap's got. Your piece of Rocco trash will help you, I've insured it. It can latch onto the signal of the callers and tune into their frequencies. The bomb callers come with radios embedded in them. You can eavesdrop easily. It was part of their design to listen in. They can even screen out white noise from the environment to allow greater monitoring. Good. If necessary, I've downloaded instructions on an audio log to your Pip-Boy in case you...
Swarms, less intimidation over cities, and a shrinking ability to grind down Ukraine's defenses. In a war where Russia is already behind in drone technology, losing Iran doesn't just
That's the way out after you break into the Sierra Madre's vault.
Moscow had
Try
to
to
balance
leave.
the battlefield.
I'll set off your caller.
Khamenei, he isn't just grieving for a man. He's grieving for the drones that the regime delivered. And here's where the story shifts from weapons to something less visible, but just as vital. Iran wasn't only supplying drones. It was handing Moscow a survival manual for sanctions. Tehran showed Russia how to keep oil exports moving through complicated shipping chains, how to dodge secondary sanctions, and how to build banking channels that lived in the gray zone. Not clean, not simple. When you're under heavy sanctions, workable is what keeps the lights on. The trouble now is that with Iran destabilized, that manual is being torn apart. Those channels that once gave Russia breathing room are harder to maintain. If they break down, Moscow leans on fewer partners, which means every remaining door becomes critical. Risk concentrates, the margin for error shrinks. The economic side is even bigger. Russia has sunk billions into projects inside Iran. The north-south transport corridor was supposed to be a cornerstone, with rail links through the Caucasus and Iranian ports opening new routes to India. On top of that, there was a $25 billion deal to build 4 nuclear reactors in southern Iran. Energy cooperation in oil and gas was expanding fast, giving Moscow new outlets just as Europe turned away. But if a new government in Tehran shifts towards the west, those deals could stall or collapse. Contracts might be frozen, renegotiated, or canceled outright. Access to ports and energy projects could shrink. And these aren't just business setbacks. They're like losing the foundation of a house right before a storm hits. They are the pillars in Russia's plan to build a Eurasian economic system that bypasses Europe. Take away a pillar and the roof doesn't just sag, it risks coming down. For Moscow, Iran isn't a side partner. It's part of the foundation. And if that foundation crumbles, Russia's entire strategy for surviving sanctions and isolation starts to look dangerously fragile. Okay, now let's take a wider view. Russia has spent years pushing the idea of a world where American dominance fades, and regional powers carve out their own spheres. In that vision, Iran was one of Moscow's strongest anchors in the Middle East. But if Tehran fractures or even tilts towards the west, that vision doesn't just weaken. It starts to unravel like a cheap sweater after a rough wash. And perception matters. Power isn't only about tanks or money, it's about credibility. And after the collapse of Syria and most recently Venezuela, that credibility has been sinking to the floor. Each time Moscow steps back, letting its vision and allies down, its image shifts. Each time it avoids risk, its reliability is questioned. And with every ally that falters, Russia looks more isolated. So why not act boldly in Iran? Well, the reasons are clear. First, the military reality. The war in Ukraine is draining enormous resources. Troops, artillery, missiles, drones, and funding. Opening a second front would weaken the primary one. Second, economic strain. Sanctions have squeezed Russia's economy, cutting flexibility. Foreign interventions are costly, and sustained ones drain reserves quickly. And third is the escalation risk. Direct confrontation with the United States or Israel over Iran carries dangers Moscow may not be willing to face. The result is a pattern that allies can read easily. Russia still has power, it still has weapons, it still shapes events, but its margin for error is thinner than ever. Iran's destabilization doesn't defeat Russia overnight. What it does is tighten the space in which Moscow can operate. As that space narrows, allies see a partner that talks tough but hesitates when the costs rise. That perception is corrosive. It leaves Russia looking unreliable, less able to protect its friends, and increasingly isolated as each ally falls away. In long conflicts, isolation and doubt are as dangerous as battlefield losses. They erode credibility, weaken alliances, and make every move harder to sustain. That is the deeper cost of Iran's collapse for Moscow. It doesn't just lose a partner, it loses the trust of others watching closely. And with every ally that slips away, Russia's claim to be a dependable counterweight to the West looks thinner and thinner. But that's not all that Russia has to lose as its ally collapses. Oil is still at the heart of this conflict. And now, as Iran collapses under US and Israeli attacks, the effects run straight through into Russia's future. The strikes have transformed what looked like a contained regional conflict into a global energy shock. Oil markets are reacting in real time. In retaliation for the attacks, Iran has threatened to disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point for about a fifth of the world's oil trade. That alone has pushed Brent crude higher as it jumped past $84 a barrel, marking its sharpest single-day surge since the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Traders are not waiting for escalation. They are pricing it in, like buying extra popcorn just in case the movie gets intense. Even the possibility sends insurance premiums higher and makes shipping routes feel fragile. For Moscow, that kind of spike brings short-term relief. Higher prices mean more revenue per barrel, sanctions are not. But the long-term picture is already shifting. Iranian exports had fallen around 1.39 million barrels per day in January under sanctions pressure. Further damage to infrastructure could push that lower. In the immediate phase, that tightens global supply and keeps prices elevated, which benefits Russia. Yet, crises evolve. If a post-strike government stabilizes and eventually reconnects with global markets, those lost barrels will not disappear. They will return. And when they do, they will head primarily to Asia. That is where the pressure builds for Moscow. Since Europe cut its imports by more than 80% after 2022, Russia has depended heavily on China and India. In January of 2026, it shipped a record 1.86 million barrels per day to China, briefly overtaking Saudi Arabia as Beijing's top supplier. At the same time, flows to India slipped to about 1.12 million barrels per day, their lowest level in 3 years. If Iranian crude re-enters aggressively, Asian refiners gain leverage. More supply means tougher negotiations, deeper discounts, and thinner Russian margins. So what we are seeing is a two-phase shock. In the short term, prices spike, and Russia benefits from the surge. In the medium to long term, a stabilized Iran could flood the very markets Moscow relies on. The same conflict that boosts revenue today could weaken Russia's bargaining power tomorrow, like winning a battle but losing the war. That is the strategic risk. Oil remains Russia's main source.
Outside, you may notice your vision will
with roughly
pulse, get
230
dizzy.
million metric
It's the
tons
cloud
exported
will eat
in
your inside
2025,
slowly.
nearly
Too much
unchanged
exposure.
from the year
Death.
before despite sanctions. Economic stability depends not just on price levels, but on a secure market share in Asia. If Iran's trajectory reshapes those flows, Russia may earn more per barrel for a time, but it will have to fight harder to hold on to its customers. What is unfolding in Iran does not just shake the Middle East. It is already shifting the global energy balance, and Moscow may soon discover that higher prices are only part of the story. As that
Don't go
happens, it is
through
also
the
important
gate
to
to
note that
Puerto
Russia's
del
global
Sol
military
yet.
power
Go
has
to the
increased
others
substantially,
first.
and now the wolves are coming to feast. What am I talking about? You see, Russia depends a lot on the wider militia network that Iran built across Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. Iran funded, armed, and coordinated these groups for years, creating a web of influence that extended well beyond formal state structures. Hezbollah was the most visible piece, but dozens of smaller militias played crucial roles in the background. For Russia, this network provided indirect reach without the cost of deploying large numbers of its own troops. It was leverage on the cheap. Now, as Iran destabilizes, funding dries up, leadership fractures, and loyalties begin to splinter, Moscow cannot easily replace that system or finance it at the same scale. And here's where things get even trickier for Moscow. With Iran's militia network splintering, the balance of power in Syria starts to shift. Russia's bases at Imam and Tartus may still stand, but without Iran's proxies holding the ground around them, those outposts look more exposed. That creates openings for other players, and Turkey is one of the most likely to move first. Ankara has long seen northern Syria as a part of its security perimeter. It already runs military operations there against Kurdish groups, and has shown it will act unilaterally when it sees an opening. If Iran's collapse weakens the militias that once kept Turkish influence in check, Russia suddenly faces a stronger Turkish hand in Syria. That means more pressure on Moscow supply routes, more competition for influence over local factions, and less freedom to maneuver. The same dynamic applies in Iraq and Lebanon. Iran's proxies there were never just Tehran's tools. They gave Russia indirect leverage too. All those groups lose funding and cohesion. Turkey and the Gulf states gain room to expand their own influence. Russia, tied down in Ukraine and unable to bankroll replacements, finds itself squeezed out of spaces where it once had indirect reach. This is the real danger. Iran's collapse didn't just strip away Moscow's cheap leverage. It invites rivals like Turkey to step in, redraw the map of influence, and test how much
Watch
Russia
out
can
for the
hold on
village
to without
inhabitants.
Iran's backing.
They're
At the same time, Russia
difficult
faces
to
a large
kill
threat
unless you chop them
Ukraine.
apart.
The war there
You can't
absorbs
blow them up
troops,
or disintegrate.
funding, and political focus every day. There is little spare capacity to reinforce Syria or to step fully into the vacuum Iran leaves behind. If Moscow tries to fill the gap, it risks stretching itself even thinner. If it pulls back, partners and rivals will read that as weakness. Either choice carries costs. Taken together, Iran's collapse removes the scaffolding that allowed Russia to project power in the Middle East without bearing the full burden itself. The bases remain, but they are harder to secure. The militias remain, but they are less cohesive. And with Ukraine draining resources, Moscow has limited room to adapt. Moscow still has a presence in the region, but without Iran's backing, that presence looks larger, more fragile, and far less sustainable than before. Russia's hands are simply tied when it comes to stepping into Iran's power vacuum. The war in Ukraine sucks up every spare ruble, soldier, and missile. Moscow simply cannot afford to open another door or bankroll policies the way Tehran once did without stretching itself to the breaking point. This was never a partnership built on loyalty. Analysts have long called it transnational. Russia enjoys technologies to Russian sanctions and strategic lifelines, but when Tehran faces real danger, the Kremlin stays on the sidelines. That vacuum creates opportunities for others. China is already moving in as the wild card. Beijing condemned the strikes, calling regime change provocations unacceptable, but it is playing a longer, smarter game. Iran already sent over 80% of its oil to China in 2025, and a fractured Iran only increases crude, infrastructure deals, and quiet mediation let Beijing expand influence without touching a soldier. While Russia fumes from afar, losing leverage, China quietly takes control of a room Moscow helped build. The contrast could not be sharper. Russia's passivity signals weakness to the very allies who once counted on its backing, while China strengthens its hand in a post-Khamenei Iran. In the short term, higher oil prices give Putin's budget a bump. In the long term, the multipolar world he likes to sell starts looking a lot less like a shared vision and more like China's game, with Russia relegated to the sidelines. So, at the end of the day, the real question now is not if Russia will collapse tomorrow, now that Iran's friendly regime has fallen. It is whether it can sustain a long war while its operational and strategic lifelines fray. Every supply chain, every ally, every corridor matters more. The stakes for Moscow have never been clearer. This is the turning point. Iran's collapse does not end the war, but it changes its shape. Russia's margin for error shrinks. Every misstep now has compounding consequences. Military, economic, and geopolitical threads converge. Networks tighten. Pressure accumulates. And the war, long and grinding, will be fought under narrower conditions than ever before. The Middle East is watching. Every regime in Tehran, Damascus, Ankara, Riyadh, and Jerusalem is recalculating. Moscow's measured response in moments of crisis is no longer an abstract observation. It is a live demonstration. Sends signals that shape decisions across the region.
And to Prince George's County now, a Greenbelt police officer went beyond the call of duty, making sure a DoorDash order arrived safely. According to police, the original delivery driver was pulled over for driving on the wrong side of the road and without a license.
You wanted to smoke, right?
Customer suffer. The officer took it upon himself to complete the job.
You order a DoorDash? Yeah, your driver was stopped for driving without a license, but I didn't want to. I want to make sure you get the treatment.
Emotional roller coaster that must have been. All right, it's unclear what, if any, charges the driver is facing at this time.
Details this morning in the murder of a woman at a Fairfax County bus stop. Documents obtained by WSA9 show that police tried to flag the suspect as dangerous months earlier. This is raising new concerns about whether the attack could have been prevented. Those warnings are now part of a growing political fight in Virginia, where Republican lawmakers say the case shows what happens when repeat violent offenders are not kept off the streets. Our Jacqueline Quinn joins us live outside Fairfax Police Headquarters this morning with the new documents. Good morning.
Good morning. Stephanie Minter's family loved ones described the 54-year-old as a beam of light, which is why it was so shocking to find out that she was stabbed to death. And now police are saying it could have been prevented. Now, newly obtained documents or records show the suspect in 30 times. Fairfax County Police say they tried to warn the Commonwealth Attorney's Office about the threat to pose as far back as November, calling him a repeat and violent felony offender whose behavior appeared to be escalating. One letter we obtained from police reads, "It is not a question of if, but rather when he will maliciously wound or worse again." Now, yesterday, Virginia Senate Republicans highlighted that message during a news conference, blaming Governor Abigail Spanberger and Fairfax Commonwealth's Attorney Steve Descano for policies they argue allowed a dangerous offender like Jallow to remain free. The governor's office has pushed back on those claims, pointing to the governor's record and former role in law enforcement. And earlier this week, Spanberger's office told us the governor, quote, firmly believes that violent criminals who are in the United States illegally should be deported by immigration enforcement. DHS should request a signed judicial warrant to ensure this violent criminal is deported. Now, the Department of Homeland Security says Abdul Jallow is a Sierra Leone national who is in the United States illegally. Now, Jallow is going to be back in court in May facing murder charges. For now, back to you guys.
If you've ever been stuck next to someone blasting a video or maybe music on a flight, you might like this new rule. United Airlines says headphones or earbuds are on its flights. They are now required.
The airline says that passengers who refuse to use headphones or earbuds could be permanently banned. I think I like this too. Yeah.
No, I think it's great.
And they said if you don't have them or if you forget them or whatever the case is, there's an option where they may walk by and just give you some and say, hey, you need to put these on.
Yeah, I mean, look, a little self-awareness and courtesy for others goes a really long way. And now they actually have recourse to have a consequence if you don't actually follow the rules. So
there you go.
I would would be hitting that, like, you know, the
Right.
stewardess button.
Yeah. I'm sure if they heard it, you know how they're pretty focused when they're walking down those aisles.
That's true.
Yeah.
6:14. If you need a little pick-me-up on this dreary Thursday morning, cherry blossom season is right around the corner. Yesterday, our weather team shared its prediction for when those iconic blossoms could hit their peak. April 2nd is the date.
All right, today it's the National Parks turn, and our Marcella Robertson is live at the Tidal Basin with a preview of what to expect. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yes, we are on Bloom Watch. Just so excited. That kickoff press conference later this morning, and of course that sets the stage for 4 weeks of iconic celebrations of the cherry blossoms here in the nation's capital. And of course, the Park Service will give their prediction. Joining me this morning, Mike Litters with the Park Service. Thanks for being with us. Good to see you.
Always good to be seen. It's that time of year again. Here we go.
It is. We need some good news, something to look forward to, right? So I talk about peak bloom. Obviously, the weather impacts things quite a bit. We've had some really cold temperatures top of the year. What are you guys expecting?
Yeah, I don't think I'm spilling any state secrets when I say we know that colder temperatures delay trees and plants going into bloom. So it was a brutal winter, not only temperature-wise, but that snow creep that just wouldn't go away. So I don't think it'll come to any surprise to anyone that we're probably going to have a later peak bloom than we had last year, which was much milder. We'll have the specific date window when we think peak bloom is going to arrive at the press conference, as you referenced.
All right, looking forward to that later this morning. Obviously, there have been a lot of changes around the tidal basin for the last couple of years. Walk us through where things stand as far as the flood mitigation, a lot of new trees being planted here as well.
Yep, we spent the last couple of years rebuilding the seawall that keeps the water in the tidal basin and protects the cherry trees. We are in the finishing touches of that project. Proud to say that we're 8 months ahead of schedule, $30 million under budget, brand new beautiful seawall, and we're planting the trees right now that we had to take out as part of the project. But to keep those trees protected during the busy peak bloom rush, we're going to wait to open everything until after the blossom is finished.
And talk about the different variations in some of the new trees that will be planted.
Yeah, we've brought in, obviously, the Yoshinos, which are the most abundant variety, the ones that everybody thinks of when we see peak bloom. But we're also mixing in some other varieties as well, because we want that variety so that it promotes the long-term health of the trees. If we get a blight, for example, that blights out one species, then all of a sudden we don't have anything around the tidal basin, and we have to replace them. So, still be predominantly Yoshino, but we are mixing in some other varieties as well.
Before we let you go this morning, always a good reminder, people coming out here, some have been coming out for years, others for the first time, the etiquette for the cherry blossoms. What do people need to know?
We ask everyone to help us be a cherry blossom tree protector. If you're down here once we get to peak bloom, we ask you, of course, don't pick the blossoms, don't break branches off, don't climb the trees. A lot of them are older, more fragile than you might think. And when possible, stay to the sidewalks, the paved walkways. Keep all that foot traffic off the fragile tree roots.
Mike, thank you so much for being with us on a very foggy morning out here at the tidal basin. But later this morning, again, that kickoff press conference where the Park Service will give us those dates for their expected and predicted peak bloom. Lots to look forward to over the next couple of weeks. Back to you guys.
That was such a good reminder about leave the cherry blossom trees alone, please.
Take the pictures, but don't get all grass and all those things. Yeah.
Leave it alone. All right, Marcella Robertson with the awesome assignment of the morning. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Tensions over the war with Iran sparked a heated moment on Capitol Hill yesterday. Take a look. We do want to warn you, the video may be disturbing.
No one wants to fight for Israel!
That happened after Brian McGinnis, a Marine veteran running in North Carolina's Senate race, interrupted a Senate hearing on military readiness.
Capitol Police moved to remove him with help from Republican Senator Tim Sheehy. McGinnis later claimed his arm was broken during the struggle. He was placed under arrest and transported to George Washington University Hospital.
Well, a Savannah pastor and cancer survivor is making it her mission to advocate for better access to cancer care across the state of Georgia. Jill Henning is a two-time breast cancer survivor and volunteer advocate who recently traveled to the state capitol to speak to lawmakers. WTOC's Lainey Mayfield spoke with Henning about her mission.
I want to do whatever I need to do to get rid of cancer.
Jill Henning is a faithful fighter. The Lutheran pastor, wife, and mother from Savannah is a two-time cancer survivor, first diagnosed in her early 40s, and she beat it. 4 years later, after a persistent cough, she requested an x-ray and learned her cancer had returned, spreading to her lungs and esophagus.
My lungs were full of cancer. I had over 30 centimeters in my lungs, and that my esophagus was full of cancer. And at that point, they gave me 6 months to live.
She was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic triple-negative breast cancer, and thanks to research and treatment advances, she is now disease-free. For the last 12 years, Jill has made it her mission to fight back. Last month, on behalf of the American Cancer Society, she advocated at the state capitol.
You know, go into a legislator and talking about how important it is to increase the tobacco tax.
Tobacco use is one of the leading causes of preventable cancer deaths, and increasing the tax could save lives because higher prices make people less likely to buy tobacco products. In Georgia, the current state cigarette tax is 37 cents per pack, one of the lowest in the country. She worries about the thousands of Georgians who will be diagnosed with cancer this year and may not have the same access to care she did.
I'm privileged. I know I'm privileged because I have access to those doctors. I have access to those resources. And I want to fight for people that don't have that access.
For Jill, it's about making sure no one has to face cancer alone and that Georgia has a fighting chance.
And it's our future. It's the future of this state.
Thank you, Julianne. New at 11 now, a Low Country bar is facing more lawsuits after a mass shooting that left 4 people dead and others injured. Morgan & Morgan attorneys say they filed 3 additional lawsuits today. This means the owner of Willie's Bar and Grill on St. Helena Island is now facing a total of 5 lawsuits, all stemming from October's deadly shooting. Attorneys say the victims they represent faced various injuries. This includes being shot in the chest multiple times, shot in the jaw, and being trampled on in the mass panic. The law firm goes on to say, quote, Willie's Bar and Grill had a responsibility to protect its patrons. Instead, our clients' lawsuits allege that they fueled a tragedy by over-serving an intoxicated and armed individual. Our clients suffered life-altering injuries and trauma as a result of this alleged negligence.
Wants her students to know that learning is fun, and she hopes that will be the spark for their future success. Meet this week's WTOC top teacher, Valerie Carr from Savannah.
All right, question. Why did Priya hide her lunch in the lunchroom at school? Yes, sir.
Valerie Carr is going over the latest book that her class is reading.
My goal is for them to be inspired with learning, being able to understand what they're reading and understand what they see around them so they could bring it to life for themselves. Pass or play?
Carr teaches 5th grade at Hurd Elementary School in Savannah.
This type of grade level is awesome. You know, they are very independent and they can give you out-of-the-box thinking. So I highly enjoy this grade level.
She knows her job is getting these children ready for middle school. She likes to build a safe space for her students.
If they make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. Keep on going. I say, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Paragraph 9, perfect.
And she says building a relationship with her students is another way to help them thrive.
When we are outside, I go to as many students as I can at recess time and have a conversation with them, talk with them, be that support for them here within the school building, and if they need to after school, before school for tutorial and things like that. So building that relationship with them helps me, you know, get them to be who they need.
And we are here because your teacher is a WTOC top teacher. Congratulations, Valerie Carr, this week's WTOC top teacher. In Savannah, Mike Seela, WTOC News.
Hampton County now, a man is facing a long list of drug charges after a raid at a home on Ram Road in Cummings. Hampton County deputies say this is the second time they arrested 51-year-old Brian Hayes after searching the same home. On February 20th, Hayes was charged with trafficking meth, powder cocaine, and crack cocaine. Deputies also arrested Hayes on May 15th, where they seized more than $50,000 in illegal drugs and a firearm. We'll be right back.
Closed cap.
But tonight, a Jasper County family is searching for answers after a delivery truck driver hit one of their dogs and took off. Luckily, the dog is recovering, and they say it could have been a whole lot worse. Our Aaron Dixon has more on the story.
It has been a little over a month since Wilson, a beloved dog here on Riverbend Road in Jasper County, was hit by a delivery driver. The family says they don't only want the person responsible to be held accountable, but they also want to bring awareness to the situation because they believe that it could have been worse and that it could have happened to any other dog or child on this dirt road.
The incident happening in a matter of seconds while Paige Cooley was trying to get her other dogs inside.
I just heard this huge bang, then my dog started to scream and I saw a white box truck just drive on by.
Those dinging, oh the dinging, the ringing, the ring of the ding, the ding ding dinging, the dinging of the pans. Oh God, why, oh. It's insane. Totally insane.
Hit by a white box truck traveling over the speed limit of 40 miles per hour.
And I just saw him like crouched down on the ground, just bleeding.
Wilson suffering a broken right shoulder, internal bleeding, scratches, and a popped blood vessel. When he was taken to the vet, his pain was in question.
We had a 6-hour window the night it happened that the vet said this was critical for him.
Luckily, he is expected to recover, but Cooley says the incident could have been worse, especially in an area where kids love to play outside.
It's a small dirt road. There's not much traffic coming down here at all, and there's a lot of kids playing down the road too. So it could have easily been one of them. And I just don't want this to happen to another family with their dog, or especially a kid.
Cooley sent pictures of Wilson's injuries and photos that captured the box truck to the Jasper County Sheriff's Office, who are now looking into it. No arrest have been made.
If you have any information that could possibly lead to an arrest in this case, you are asked to contact the Jasper County Sheriff's Office. In Jasper County, Aaron Dixon, WTOC News.
Christina, thank you so much. A Richmond Hill couple is caught in the middle of that war zone with no idea when they'll get out. They were scheduled to return from their trip to Israel tomorrow, but flights have been canceled and airports are closed. This couple traveled there for vacation. They also have family in the area. They were set to come home tomorrow until American Airlines called and said that's not happening. The airport is closed. They have not yet been rebooked. They're staying with family near Jerusalem and have been spending a significant amount of time in the home safe room. The Schumans received alerts when missiles are launched towards Israel and everyone hunkers down, they told me. The airline says they're not sure when they'll be able to be rebooked, just to stay by their phones. Many places, meanwhile, are closed, creating issues for other people stuck abroad if they need to rent rooms.
And you guys are from Richmond Hill. I mean, this is not something you experience.
Never. We came here in part because we've got family here, and we know what they've been through, and you had the 12-day war, I guess is what we call it. And so we were curious on how they're doing, not realizing that we've kind of become part of it. Initially, it was very scary for us. We were up north. We had to drive down while missiles were going overhead, and we had to pull off the road several times. Just that we want to be thankful for all the service people out there doing the hard work and putting their lives on the line for us and everybody else.
Their family and friends back here at home have been sending any and all alerts from the embassy that they see. Their only potential option right now is an 8-hour journey by bus to the Egyptian border, then on to Cairo for a chance at getting on a flight there. The Schumans tell me they're overwhelmed by the support and love coming from their family, everyone in Richmond Hill as well, and they ask for continued prayers as they wait for a safe route home back here to the Coastal Empire. Gas prices have continued.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Well, we mentioned we're into March, and March has once again been declared Irish American Heritage Month in Georgia. and a Savannah native helped secure the designation. Last week, Governor Brian Kemp read the proclamation at the state capitol, and Benedictine graduate Butch Ongren, he is second from the right in this picture, was part of the Ancient Order of Hibernians delegation that requested the proclamation. Georgia first recognized Irish American Heritage Month 35 years ago, but it lapsed for a while until Ongren, who owns an Irish pub in Atlanta, was part of the group that helped restore it in the state. Ongren is still a member of the Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee despite living in Atlanta, and his father, Fred, is the MC of the greening of the fountain ceremony.
The White House says that it is chartering flights to help evacuate Americans stranded in the region. Our Julianne Sheehan joins us now live from the WTOC newsroom with some local ties to the conflict. And Julianne, what can you tell us tonight?
Shelby, WTOC spoke with Georgia families directly impacted by the ongoing war in Iran. A Richmond Hill couple is stranded in Israel with no idea when they will be able to leave. While there are options to return stateside, the couple feels safer staying put.
It's not as safe as people think just to get out. That what you have to do to get out is not necessarily a good option.
Yael and Brian Schumann traveled to Israel mid-February to see family. They say their flight back home was scheduled for tomorrow. That was until American Airlines canceled the trip. The Schumanns originally drove from North Israel down to Tel Aviv. They say their trip was terrifying.
Missiles were going overhead, and we had to pull off the road several times.
The Schumanns feel more comfortable waiting the conflict out from their family's home than going back on the open roads. The home has a safe room where the family has been sheltering when needed. They say this has given them a sense of control.
We're getting used to it. The hardest on family back home, we at least get to control a little bit by hearing an alert, going to the safe room, closing the door.
We also spoke with Maudie Locker, a Savannah resident whose 3 children are currently living in Israel. Locker just celebrated the Jewish holiday of Purim, knowing his children could not do the same. He says watching the conflict from Savannah has been a challenge.
You sit here in Savannah, Georgia, and you know that you have a family there, and it's strange. You walk in the street and everything here is normal, and people living about their life, and you know that there in Israel, instead of celebrate Purim, everybody is running to shelters.
Locker receives alerts on his phone whenever a missile is heading for Israel. He says he texts his children with each alert, checking for their safety. He says when a siren goes off, they have 5 minutes to make it to the nearest shelter.
I see the siren and I text immediately, are you running to the shelter? And my kid will say, yes, we are. And then sometimes they will send me a picture sitting in the shelter.
Schumann say they have been touched by the messages of support they have received from their community. Both families ask everyone to keep them and those affected by the conflict in their prayers. In the newsroom, Julianne Sheehan, WTOC News.
Thank you, Julianne.
And the conflict in the Middle East is showing no signs of letting up. You might have seen these jarring images circulating on social media. They show people gathered around a missile that landed in Syria amid the U.S. and Israeli war with Iran. People standing, even talking, children climbing on a deadly weapon. It's a disturbing look at the reality of war. WUSA 9 has been tracking every development since this conflict began.
Allison Seymour is back now with where things stand at the moment. Allison.
Oh, that image really is very striking. Thank you, guys. This morning, the war with Iran, it's escalating. The U.S. says it is accelerating strikes as Tehran fires back. So here's what you need to know to start your day. First, the Defense Department has released new footage of the U.S. submarine torpedo strike that sank an Iranian warship near Sri Lanka, killing dozens. Iran is calling the attack a, quote, atrocity and warning that the U.S. will bitterly regret it. Those words. Second, the Senate has rejected a war powers resolution that would have required the Trump administration to get congressional approval before continuing military operations in Iran. A similar effort in the House is expected to face an uphill battle. And finally, the Pentagon has released the final 2 names of the 6 U.S. service members killed in Kuwait during an Iranian strike over the weekend. Now, this is Major Jeffrey O'Brien of Iowa, and we're still working to get a photo of Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan of California. This all comes as more than 1,000 people in Iran have died so far in these strikes, including more than 180 children. That's according to a non-governmental humanitarian organization in Iran. And Wisdom and Simone, as the fighting intensifies, humanitarian groups warn that the human toll will continue to grow.
The nation's largest immigration detention facility appears to be shutting down. According to the Washington Post, ICE is taking initial steps to close Camp East, Montana, less than 8 months after it opened on Fort Bliss. The Department of Homeland Security tells KTSM no decisions have been made. The massive tent encampment has been plagued by issues since August, including failed federal inspections, allegations of abuse, a recent measles outbreak, and 3 detainee deaths, including one ruled a homicide. The Washington Post says it reviewed a document distributed to agency staff this week, indicating that ICE is drafting a letter to terminate the facility's $1.2 billion contract at Fort Bliss, but did not give any timeline or reason for the decision. A statement from Congresswoman Veronica Escobar says, in part, quote, Camp East Montana should have never opened. The $1.24 billion cost for this facility could have been used for health care, nutrition programs, and a litany of other things to improve our society and our country. Instead, it promoted the dehumanization of immigrants and lined the pockets of a corrupt, incompetent private prison corporation, end quote. Meanwhile, DHS responded to our request for comment, offering the following statement, reading in part, quote, DHS undergoes rigorous audits and inspections of our facilities to ensure they are meeting our high standards. DHS is reviewing this facility and contract. No decisions have been made related to contract extension, termination, or award, end quote. 3 other ICE detention centers could also close in New Mexico, including one just a half-hour away in Otero County. This as New Mexico has banned local governments from doing business with private immigration detention facilities.
Let's see if they can guess the value of this copper. Hey, sir, can you guess the value of the copper? If you can guess the copper, you get the gold or the silver.
4,800.
4,800? That's not going to cut it, sir, but I'll give you 2 ounces for an attempt. Pennies are made out of copper. It's a trick. Come on.
20,000?
Nah, that's not 20,000. No, it's not going to do it. I'm sorry.
$80?
$80? $80? You know what? Since you're sharp with it, for $80, let's get this man a half an ounce.
Damn.
Okay?
60K.
60K? Come on, it's just copper, guys.
I don't know.
The answer was $40.
That's it.
Okay? This ounce of silver is worth as much as this copper, or more. Okay?
$40!
So, it's a trick. Not everybody gets it, but it saved me some gold.
Yo, these shells were supposed to be stocked 4 hours ago. This is man.
Oh, God. No prismatic evolution packs, really? You said you were gonna have them online. This is ridiculous. God.
Well, this is gonna make that bullshit, man. I'm trying to get paid. I'm trying to get that bread, man.
Please.
How am I gonna make that bread?
This is fucking ridiculous. That's like the last look at his son he'll ever have.
Stop moving! Run, hell, you feral beast!
Wow.
It's okay. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. Damn it! Is there any sign of the others?
I've got signs of one now.
This is crazy.
Dude, this is my box. I found it first. Oh, really? Really? It's actually my box. Well, you want to take it outside? Oh, you mocking me. Let's take it outside, then. Let's take it outside.
I've spotted
virgin, PP.
Let's go, chat, let's go. Drive up the price. Chat, no, I'm telling you. I've definitely gotten laid before. I'm not a virgin. I'm tired of y'all saying that. How can I be a virgin if I'm paying child support next Tuesday? No, I'm not paying for my wife's boyfriend's new kid. Are we buying Pokemon cards or not? Because if you only buying Pokemon cards, huh? $200 profit. Children's card game. I got tiny dick. My penis is small. Damn it, son, don't say that! Don't go to the darkness! My penis is small. Chief, we got the last one on the run!
I'm stuck. Call my wife and her boyfriend. Tell them to help me up. I need help. Hold me like a baby. I wasn't loved. I wasn't loved. That's why I do this. That's why.
Yeah.
My dick's so small. $200 profit. He just keeps talking about his small dick and the amount of profit he's gonna get reselling Pokemon cards.
Chief, your boy can live to be a Pokemon reseller, or he can die a human being with a soul.
I've already lost one child. I can't lose another.
Do what's right for your boy.
Oh, God. Look at me, son. Look at me, son. I love you, son. I love you, son. People always ask, Pokemon reseller's son or OnlyFans daughter? Unfortunately, I never had to choose. I had both.
You won't believe this. I got a call from a young lady called Natasha. She was about to have a baby and she wanted to get the house all nice and ready. She had a dad come round to measure to fit some blinds, but whilst he was measuring up, he noticed that the underside of the window soffit was all cracked and loose. So he said it's probably best not to start touching that, and instead he fitted a curtain pole.
How do you know which one is the one? Like, how do you know which one you wanna drink from? And I actually will tell you the way that I know that. I can hear soda. Guys.
I can hear soda.
Guys. I could hear the right soda.
I could hear the right soda.
It speaks to you? It does. It speaks to me. I know exactly what it is. And so all I have to do is just listen to it, and then I know which is the right one. Oh, no.
All I gotta do is listen to it.
Fucking delicious. Oh. Dude, this is my old intro song. Man, or outro song.
How much is this one on a retail price?
About 65.
So here comes a very simple but important business
Yeah, we
lesson.
got
something to do tomorrow, man. No, it's no problem though.
You're carrying right now 30 kilos.
What's the price for me?
You told me not to tell you, so I'm not
You
going
want to write it down on a piece of paper, please?
Yeah, you got it.
You know? All right, deal. I really wanted these geodes, and I made a deal very hastily, and then I got ragged on the internet that I paid too much. So the next day I did what I was supposed to do. Let's do some price research. Give me a deal on this, because I bought a little one, and now I realize I paid too much.
Hey, listen, that happens to all of us.
It happens to all of us. It shouldn't happen to me. So now I got this monstrous geode right here.
Yeah.
A little bit more money. So in the end, I paid $4,800 for this one, and $3,200 for this one. This one's got a deeper purple, and for only a couple of $100 more, it's so much nicer, so much better. So that means that I didn't do my marketplace research, and I could have probably got them both for cheaper. But let my loss be your gain. How you doing, guys? Would you like a gold chain? You wouldn't. Okay. Can you guess the value? Yeah.
Of all of them?
Yeah. Guess the value, come on.
I would say 500.
500, but because you said yes, I'll give you a bracelet anyway, man.
Do you need help?
No, I'm all right.
Thanks.
No problem. No problem, no problem.
The year 1913 is the undisputed, catastrophic dividing line in American financial history. It is the precise moment when the foundational architecture of the United States Republic was quietly dismantled and replaced by a highly centralized bureaucratic apparatus designed to systematically extract wealth from the productive class. Before 1913, the United States was a fundamentally different economic universe. For the first 137 years of its existence, the American government operated almost entirely without levying a direct tax on the labor or the income of its citizens. The monumental achievements of the 19th century, the funding of the military, the construction of transcontinental infrastructure, the massive expansion of territory, and the administration of a sprawling legal system, were entirely financed through consumption taxes, tariffs on imported goods, and excise taxes on specific items like tobacco and alcohol. This original system was not merely a financial preference. It was a deeply philosophical firewall. The Founding Fathers, having just fought a bloody revolutionary war over the tyrannical extraction of wealth by the British Crown, possessed a profound, almost paranoid fear of direct taxation. They encoded this fear directly into the United States Constitution. Article 1, Section 9 explicitly forbade the federal government from levying any direct tax upon the citizenry unless it was strictly apportioned among the states based on population. The logic was mathematically elegant and fiercely protective. If the federal government wanted to raise revenue, it had to do so through voluntary economic activity, meaning you only paid a tax if you chose to buy a specific imported good. Your labor, your savings, and your personal private property were considered sacrosanct, entirely off limits to the probing hands of federal bureaucrats. To breach this constitutional firewall, the proponents of a centralized state required a massive, coordinated psychological operation. They could not simply announce that they intended to take a percentage of the working man's wages, as that would have triggered an immediate political revolt. Instead, the campaign for what would become the 16th Amendment was cloaked in the intoxicating, heavily weaponized rhetoric of class warfare. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were the era of the robber barons, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Vanderbilts, and the Morgans. The American public was increasingly resentful of the staggering concentration of wealth held by this microscopic industrial elite. The politicians of the progressive era seized upon this resentment and presented the income tax as a specialized, precision-guided weapon of financial justice. The narrative sold to the American public was that an income tax would never, under any circumstances, target the mechanic, the farmer, or the small business owner. It was branded strictly as an eat-the-rich tax, a necessary tool to level the playing field and force the monopolists to pay their fair share. When Congress debated the imposition of the tax, the political rhetoric was absolute. This would be a temporary, hyper-targeted measure. Members of Congress, who warned that the tax might eventually trickle down to the middle class, were openly mocked and dismissed as paranoid alarmists on the House floor. In 1913, the 16th Amendment was officially ratified, granting Congress the sweeping, terrifying power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states. The initial legislation that activated this power, the Revenue Act of 1913, was brilliantly designed to maintain the illusion of a specialized class tax. The exemption thresholds were set astronomically high for the era. An individual had to earn over $3,000 a year, equivalent to roughly $100,000 today, before they paid a single cent in income tax. Less than 1% of the entire United States population qualified to pay the tax. And even for those ultra-wealthy individuals who did qualify, the base rate was a microscopic 1%, scaling up to a maximum surtax of just 7% on the absolute highest earners in the country. To the average American citizen in 1913, the passage of the 16th Amendment was a non-event. It was a headline in a newspaper about a penalty levied on a Wall Street banker. They did not realize that the camel's nose was now firmly underneath the tent. They did not understand that the fundamental relationship between the citizen and the state had just undergone a violent, irreversible inversion. Before 1913, the philosophical presumption of the American system was that your labor and the fruits of your labor belonged 100% to you, and you voluntarily surrendered a small portion of it through consumption. The ratification of the 16th Amendment legally established the exact opposite premise. The federal government now possessed a prior primary claim on your labor. The state owned the entirety of your income by default, and the tax code was simply the mechanism by which the government benevolently decided how much of your own money you were legally permitted to keep. The citizen was no longer a sovereign individual. They had been mathematically transformed into a fiscal serf, an economic unit whose primary function was to generate revenue for a centralized authority. But the income tax was only one half of the 1913 wealth transfer matrix. The 16th Amendment was ratified in February of that year. Just 10 months later, in December 1913, Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act, establishing a privately owned central banking cartel with the monopolistic power to issue the nation's currency. These two events are not historically coincidental. They are the twin pillars of a single, highly integrated financial architecture. They are functionally inseparable. To understand why an income tax was an absolute prerequisite for a central bank, one must understand the mechanics of fiat debt. When a central bank issues fiat currency, it does not create wealth, it creates debt. Every dollar printed by the Federal Reserve is loaned into existence and carries an interest obligation. If the government wants to borrow massive amounts of money from this new central bank to fund sprawling bureaucratic agencies, foreign interventions, or endless entitlement programs, the central bank requires a guarantee. It requires collateral. The Federal Reserve could not simply print infinite currency for the U.S. Treasury unless the Treasury had a guaranteed, ironclad mechanism to extract wealth from the population to pay the interest on that newly created debt. The 16th Amendment provided that exact collateral. The collateral for the Federal Reserve's endless money printing was not gold, and it was not land. The collateral was the future, unearned labor of the American taxpayer. The income tax acts as the servicing mechanism for the national debt. Without the legal authority to reach directly into the paycheck of every working citizen and extract a percentage of their labor, the federal government could never have secured the astronomical loans required to build the modern, hyper-indebted administrative state. The income tax is the collection agency for the central bank. The deception that the income tax was a temporary measure strictly for the rich evaporated almost immediately, validating every paranoid warning of the anti-tax isolationists. The catalyst, as is always the case in the expansion of state power, was a geopolitical crisis. With the outbreak of World War I, the federal government suddenly required staggering amounts of capital to fund the military-industrial complex. The Revenue Acts of 1916 and 1917 were rammed through Congress, ruthlessly slashing the exemption thresholds and exposing a massive new swath of the middle class to direct taxation. Simultaneously, the rates skyrocketed. The top marginal tax rate, which had been a mere 7% just 4 years prior, was violently ratcheted up to an astonishing 77% to fund the war effort. The crisis proved the ultimate political axiom. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. Once the war ended, the rates were lowered slightly, but the architecture of mass extraction remained permanently in place. The government had tasted the intoxicating power of direct wealth confiscation, and the bureaucratic apparatus had expanded to rely on it. The eat the rich narrative was quietly abandoned, replaced by a system that aggressively targeted the vast productive middle class, because that is where the true mathematical volume of a nation's wealth resides. The 1913 legislation did not punish the monopolists. It effectively pulled up the ladder of capital formation, ensuring that a working-class citizen would find it mathematically nearly impossible to accumulate enough retained earnings to ever challenge the established financial elite. The metamorphosis of the American income tax from a highly targeted microscopic penalty on the elite into a sprawling, inescapable dragnet capturing the entire working population was not an accident of history. It was a deliberate, methodical expansion of state power catalyzed by crisis. While World War I introduced the concept of higher rates, it was the catastrophic economic collapse of the Great Depression and the subsequent total mobilization for World War II that permanently cemented the modern extraction apparatus. During the 1930s, under the administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the tax code was overtly weaponized as a tool of social engineering and wealth redistribution. The Revenue Act of 1932, signed in the dying days of the Hoover administration but embraced by the New Deal, violently yanked the top marginal rate from 25% up to 63%. By 1936, Roosevelt pushed that top rate to 79%, and by the height of the Second World War, the top marginal tax rate in the United States reached an astonishing confiscatory 94%. However, focusing solely on the top marginal rates applied to millionaires obscures the true devastating paradigm shift that occurred in the shadows of the war effort. The government did not merely raise the ceiling, they systematically obliterated the floor. to finance the staggering logistical requirements of a two-front global war, the United States Treasury realized that taxing the rich was mathematically insufficient. There were simply not enough millionaires to fund the production of thousands of B-17 bombers and aircraft carriers. The true volume of national wealth resided in the collective wages of the middle and lower middle classes. In 1939, before the outbreak of the war in Europe, the income tax was still fundamentally a class tax. Only about 4 million Americans, a tiny fraction of the population, earned enough to cross the exemption thresholds and file a return. By 1945, that number had exploded to nearly 43 million. The tax net had been thrown over the entire American workforce. This transformation from a class tax to a mass tax required an unprecedented psychological propaganda campaign. The Treasury Department commissioned Walt Disney to produce animated films, most notably The New Spirit, starring Donald Duck, to convince a reluctant, historically anti-tax public that paying a massive portion of their income directly to Washington was the ultimate expression of patriotic duty. The narrative was entirely inverted. Keeping the fruits of your own labor was framed as selfish, while surrendering your wealth to the state was framed as defeating fascism. But propaganda alone could not solve a critical, logistical nightmare facing the federal government. Prior to 1943, Americans paid their income taxes in a single lump sum payment on March 15th for the income they had earned in the previous year. As the government drastically lowered the exemption limits to capture the wages of factory workers, mechanics, and clerks, they encountered a terrifying reality. The average working-class citizen simply did not possess the financial discipline to save 20 or 30% of their wages throughout the year to hand over to the government the following spring. If millions of newly taxed Americans defaulted on their tax bills because they had already spent the money on food, housing, and survival, the entire war financing apparatus would collapse into chaos. The solution to this existential threat was engineered by a man named Beardsley Rumel, who was not a politician, but the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. In 1943, Congress passed the Current Tax Payment Act, widely known as the Rumel Plan. This piece of legislation is arguably the most insidious, psychologically brilliant, and destructive financial mechanism ever implemented against the American worker. The Rumel Plan introduced the concept of withholding at the source. Instead of asking the citizen to write a check to the government at the end of the year, the government mandated that every employer in the United States must automatically deduct the tax from the employee's paycheck before the employee ever saw the money. The employer was legally conscripted to act as an unpaid tax collector for the federal government. This completely revolutionized the psychology of taxation. When a tax is withheld at the source, the citizen never physically possesses the money. Because they never hold it, they do not feel the agonizing sting of losing it. The psychological pain of writing a massive check to the Treasury is entirely bypassed. A worker simply accepts that their gross salary is a fiction, a theoretical number on a piece of paper, and their take-home pay is their actual reality. The Rumel Plan successfully anesthetized the American public to the sheer volume of wealth being extracted from them. Furthermore, withholding birthed the brilliant psychological illusion of the tax refund. By intentionally over-withholding slightly from every paycheck, the government forces the citizen to give them an interest-free loan throughout the year. When the citizen files their return in April and receives a fraction of their own money back, they are psychologically conditioned to view it as a gift, a windfall from a benevolent government, rather than the return of stolen property. This mechanism permanently neutralized the threat of a widespread tax revolt. The working class was mathematically captured, sedated by the illusion of refunds, and systematically drained of their ability to accumulate generational capital. This system of mass extraction works in lethal tandem with the second pillar of the 1913 architecture, the Federal Reserve. The true horror of the American financial system is not merely that you are taxed on your income. It is that you are subjected to a brutal, invisible double taxation mechanism driven by fiat currency debasement. The Federal Reserve has a stated target of perpetual inflation, continually expanding the money supply and deliberately reducing the purchasing power of the dollar. As inflation ravages the economy, the cost of living skyrockets. To simply maintain their basic standard of living, workers must demand higher nominal wages. When a worker receives a cost of living raise, they have not actually increased their purchasing power. They are simply treading water in an inflating currency. However, the federal tax code historically does not care about purchasing power. It operates purely on nominal numbers. This creates a predatory phenomenon known as bracket creep. As inflation forces your nominal salary higher, you are artificially pushed into higher marginal tax brackets. The government taxes a larger percentage of your income, even though your real, inflation-adjusted wealth has not increased by a single cent. Through this mechanism, the government wins twice. First, they extract wealth invisibly through the Federal Reserve's inflation, effectively stealth defaulting on the national debt by paying it back with cheaper, debased dollars. Second, they use that exact same inflation to push the working class into higher tax brackets, forcing them to hand over a larger percentage of their remaining devalued currency. It is a perfectly engineered, self-sustaining doom loop of wealth confiscation. The synergy between the Federal Reserve and the IRS is the engine of the modern American empire. The central bank prints the debt required to fund endless foreign wars, massive bureaucratic agencies, and politically motivated corporate bailouts. The income tax system, supercharged by withholding and bracket creep, guarantees that the interest on that newly printed debt is serviced directly from the sweat and labor of the American middle class. The 1913 architecture fundamentally altered the destiny of the Republic. It replaced a system of voluntary funding and sovereign citizenry with a system of mandatory extraction and financial subservience. The temporary tax on the monopolists became a permanent, inescapable yoke on the neck of the working man. By stripping away the ability of the average citizen to retain the majority of their earnings, the system effectively pulled up the ladder of economic mobility. It ensured that the vast majority of the population would live paycheck to paycheck, perpetually reliant on debt to finance their lives. While the state grew into a leviathan of unimaginable proportions, entirely unconstrained by the limits of a gold standard or the consent of a truly untaxed populace. The ultimate triumph of the 1913 architecture is the complete inversion of the American economic class structure. We are told constantly by politicians that the income tax is a progressive system designed to redistribute wealth from the rich to the poor. The mathematical reality, observable in every economic metric of the modern era, is that the combination of a central bank and a fiat income tax system is the most efficient engine for upward wealth redistribution ever conceived by the human mind. The system does not punish the financial elite. It aggressively protects them by constructing an impenetrable barrier to entry for the working class. It is a system that taxes labor at punitive rates while allowing accumulated capital to compound virtually untouched. To understand how the modern billionaire class completely bypasses the extraction grid that traps the average citizen, you must understand a foundational economic principle known as the Cantillon effect. Coined by the 18th century French banker Richard Cantillon, this principle explains that when a central bank creates new money out of thin air, that money does not enter the economy evenly. The entities positioned closest to the money spigot, the massive commercial banks, the defense contractors, the hedge funds, and the politically connected megacorporations, receive the new currency first. They get to spend this new money and acquire real assets before the currency circulating in the broader economy has been diluted. By the time that newly printed money finally trickles down to the mechanic, the teacher, or the factory worker in the form of a slightly higher nominal wage, the prices of housing, food, and energy have already skyrocketed. The middle class absorbs the inflation, while the elite absorb the purchasing power. But the Cantillon effect is only the first half of the wealth transfer. The second half is the tax code itself. The 16th Amendment fundamentally targets income, which is the compensation you receive for exchanging your finite time and physical labor for wages. The ultra-wealthy do not generate their wealth through W-2 wage labor. They generate their wealth through the appreciation of assets, stocks, commercial real estate, privately held corporations, and intellectual property. The tax code treats these two forms of wealth generation entirely differently. The modern billionaire executes a perfectly legal, mathematically flawless maneuver commonly referred to in elite wealth management circles as the buy, borrow, die strategy. When a founder builds a massive technology company and their stock appreciates by tens of billions of dollars, they do not sell the stock to buy a mansion or a mega yacht. Selling the stock would trigger a massive capital gains tax event. Instead, they take their shares to a major Wall Street bank and pledge them as collateral for a massive low-interest portfolio loan. Because debt is not legally classified as income, the borrowed millions are completely 100% tax-free. They live a lifestyle of unimaginable luxury funded entirely by untaxed debt, while their underlying assets continue to compound at a rate far higher than the microscopic interest rate they are paying to the bank. When they eventually pass away, the assets are transferred to their heirs. The cost basis of the stock is stepped up to the current market value. The loans are paid off, and the entire tax obligation simply vanishes into the ether. Meanwhile, the surgeon, the engineer, or the small business owner who earns a high salary through sheer grinding labor is brutally penalized. They are trapped in the highest marginal tax brackets, stripped of 40 to 50% of their wealth before it ever hits their bank account, and completely locked out of the buy, borrow, die loophole. They are locked out because their primary asset is their own physical labor, which a bank will not accept as collateral for a perpetual tax-free loan. The 1913 income tax did not eat the rich. It created a permanent, insurmountable moat around them. It ensures that no matter how hard a citizen works, they can never earn enough post-tax income to challenge the established asset-owning aristocracy. We have now reached the terminal phase of this extraction paradigm. The United States national debt is careening past $36 trillion, thus interest payments alone are consuming over $1 trillion a year, exceeding the entire budget of the Department of Defense. The federal government is facing a mathematical certainty. The debt can never be repaid with the current level of taxation. They have two choices. They can either dramatically increase the extraction of wealth from the populace, or they can order the Federal Reserve to print the difference, effectively defaulting on the debt through hyperinflation. They are actively preparing to do both. The recent unprecedented expansion of the Internal Revenue Service, the hiring of tens of thousands of new agents, and the modernization of their enforcement technology is not designed to audit complex multinational corporate tax structures. It is designed to aggressively squeeze the remaining juice from the vast, unprotected middle class and the small business sector. The introduction of third-party payment reporting networks and the relentless push toward central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, represent the final absolute closure of the extraction grid. The CBDC is not a technological upgrade, it is a programmable control mechanism. It would allow the central bank and the Treasury to track, monitor, and instantly automatically tax every single transaction in real time, completely eliminating the shadow economy and stripping the citizen of any remaining financial privacy. The system built in 1913 is functioning exactly as it was intended. It is a highly efficient vacuum designed to transfer the productive energy of the nation into the hands of the state and its chosen financial beneficiaries. To survive the collapse of this debt supercycle, you must fundamentally restructure your relationship with money, labor, and the state. You must execute a personal financial secession from the fiat extraction grid. The first defensive mandate is to aggressively transition your wealth generation from labor to capital. You must minimize the amount of your wealth that is exposed to the W-2 income tax dragnet. This requires utilizing legal corporate structures, trusts, and strategic business entities that allow you to control assets and write off expenses before the government calculates your tax liability. The tax code is a rulebook written by the asset-owning class. You must learn to play the game by their rules. You must stop trading your time for depreciating fiat currency and start acquiring the hard, scarce assets that the central banks cannot print and the politicians cannot easily confiscate. This is the exact purpose of physical gold and silver. For thousands of years, precious metals have served as the ultimate uncounterfeitable store of human labor. When you hold a physical gold coin, you're holding retained, untaxed energy that exists entirely outside the banking system. It is a silent, undeniable protest against the Federal Reserve's inflation mandate. In the digital age, this principle is perfected by Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the absolute antithesis of the 1913 architecture. It is a monetary system with a strictly fixed, unalterable supply cap of 21 million coins. It cannot be inflated by a central bank to fund a war. It cannot be debased to bail out a failing corporation. And because it exists on a decentralized, cryptographically secure network, it cannot be seized or frozen by a desperate Treasury Department. It is the first time in human history that the average citizen has access to an apex predator reserve asset that requires no permission from the state to hold or transfer. The story of 1913 is the story of how a free people voluntarily surrendered their economic sovereignty for the illusion of class fairness and the false promise of government security. They traded the robust, untaxed liberty of the 19th century for the bureaucratic, hyper-indebted serfdom of the 21st century. The chains are not made of iron, they are made of fiat currency, withholding taxes and inflation. The system will not reform itself. The politicians will never vote to dismantle the mechanism that grants them infinite power. The only way out of the 1913 trap is through aggressive, unapologetic financial independence. The wealth transfer will continue, but you have the power to decide which side of the ledger you're on.
So nothing's worse than when a company takes an iconic product they've owned for literal decades and then downgrades the ingredients and quality to try and just scrounge out an extra 3% profit margin. But that's exactly what happened here with Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, one of the greatest candies of all time, but now they've downgraded in quality to the point the family's calling out Hershey's. To start this off, we have to go back in time to 1600 BC, where Aztec and Inca tribes began roasting peanuts to make what was their early version of peanut butter, but for the rest of the world they never knew existed because peanuts were only found in South America, so Western culture never saw it. Even though peanut butter was technically thousands of years old, very few people knew how to make it, especially at scale, until this inventor right here, a Canadian guy named Marcellus Gilmore Edson in 1884, patented the first process ever to make peanut butter mixing with other oils. For decades, peanut butter wasn't actually that popular, or was kind of seen as this very obscure food, but then that changed in World War I, where they introduced meatless Mondays and wheatless Wednesdays, so because there was a shortage of food, people were looking for other options, and peanuts were abundant, so because that peanut butter got popular. Because in the early 1920s, peanut butter is now a favorite snack, and that gave this guy right here, H.B. Reese, the idea to do more candies. And H.B. Reese was previously a dairy farmer who worked for the Hershey Company, but he was really upset that Hershey's didn't have more product. Reese goes into business for himself and wants to do a bunch of other candies, and most of them are fares like Johnny's Bars, which were basically just blended up coconuts, but then he had a huge success going to peanut butter. The reason Reese had the idea for the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup was there were some kids that liked the taste of peanuts, but they didn't like how hard the peanuts were in the Mr. Good bar, so he thought of doing peanut butter inside of a chocolate, and that was the winning formula that got him automatic success. Because that Reese's is growing in popularity for decades, but then they massively gained popularity in World War II, and the reason was because of rations, where basically all these products like milk, sugar, and butter were being rationed, which was really bad for the chocolate industry, but really good for Reese's because their main product was peanut butter, so they didn't need as much chocolate, and because they blew up being the only chocolate in town. Decades go by and we enter the early 1960s, and this guy right here, Forrest Mars, the inventor of the M&M and also heirs to the Mars candy fortune, takes over his father's company, and he makes this decision that he's no longer to be using Hershey's chocolate to make any of the Mars products, so because of that, Hershey's nearly went bankrupt, losing a third of their business. Because of that, the Hershey company is really spooked that all these companies they're selling chocolate to are going to start making their own, so what they do is in 1963 decide to buy the Reese family out of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, and they pay them $23 million worth of stock in Hershey's, which would be worth about $3 billion today. It was definitely a good move for Hershey's because Reese's now do $3.1 billion in sales for the company every single year, being their highest performing product, outselling the original Hershey bar. Now there's a new wave of complaints coming in saying Reese's products just aren't as good as they used to be, and the company has massively cut quality, and that's being said by this guy right here, Brad Reese, the grandson of H.B. Reese, saying basically they're destroying his family's product. There's actually a point to this because Reese's Peanut Butter Cups used to have the shells made with cocoa butter, which is the butter derived from cocoa beans and the main ingredient in white chocolate. Hershey's, to try and save money, got rid of that, moving to vegetable oil instead because it's a lot cheaper, but many people say it just doesn't taste as good. Even if it's not that big of a difference in taste, it's a very weird way to try and save a nickel, and with that, I'm Charles Pearl. Subscribe to learn something.
A delivery driver is caught on camera relieving herself in front of customers' homes just moments after dropping off their packages. Disgusted homeowners in Woodland Hills awoke to find the mess right on their doorstep.
And the surveillance footage shows the driver relieving herself not once, but twice, just minutes apart. The delivery driver has already been relieved, you might say, from her job, but certainly you can't unsee this.
KTLA's Carlos Sotelo is live in Woodland Hills with more. Quite a story tonight, Carlos.
Yeah, Karine, we've heard the saying, when you gotta go, you just simply have to go. But this takes it to a whole nother level. An Amazon delivery driver leaves a nasty surprise on this Mother's Day, and she was caught in the act twice. A delivery driver for Amazon can't seem to hold it in on more than one occasion. A woman is seen about to leave an Amazon package at this Port Afiano Drive in Woodland Hills around 5:30 Mother's Day morning. But she also leaves a smelly surprise. She relieves herself, does number one and number two before pulling up her shorts and walks away. The homeowners were expecting a Mother's Day gift.
When I woke up, my husband said he was going to bring me some coffee and a pastry. He went downstairs and was greeted by not only one package, but a second inappropriate, disgusting package, which was essentially like human feces and looked to be urination.
Tamara Bedoy and her family could not believe their eyes after watching the footage from their surveillance cameras.
You can see the mess that she left. So I was really disgusted. It was a horrible experience, and my husband unfortunately had to pick it up on Mother's Day. And
she was not done. On another delivery later that morning, the worker is seen urinating on the front property of a different Woodland Hills home. She pulls down her shorts, does her business, and takes off like nothing ever happened.
I kind of like clutched my pearls a little bit because I'm like, really? A second time? It was kind of like, wow, still not done.
It's unclear why the driver just couldn't wait to find a restroom. The incidents happened 20 minutes apart, the homes less than 1 mile from one another.
That was disgusting, like very disgusting.
Because this is something you guys would never do, right?
No. She probably had Taco Bell before.
Amazon reps say the driver was an independent contractor, adding in a statement, quote, "We're deeply disturbed by the unacceptable behavior of this delivery driver and apologize to the customers involved. We immediately identify the driver and they are no longer delivering on behalf of Amazon." Tonight, the serial pooper is without a job. Certainly not a Mother's Day surprise anybody wants to wake up to. Reporting live tonight from Woodland Hills, Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
Unbelievable story, Carlos. Thank you.
Most tanks use tracks for mobility, but the experimental ST-1 Battlewalker had large mechanical legs instead. These allowed it to step over trenches and rough terrain. Standing at 30 feet or 9 meters, it would have towered over the battlefield and was armed with a powerful 150mm cannon along with several machine guns. However, it was too complex and never left the design phase.
If you find this stone, don't throw it away. It's blue garnet. Save it and sell it for up to $800. If you see a stone with sweet, translucent veins, don't ignore it. That's sugar heart agate. Hold on to it because it can pay you around $280. If it looks like a petrified grape berry, stop. That's grape agate. Alone it can fetch close to $6,000. If you find a smooth, waxy rock by the water, don't throw it away. That's sea jade. It's easily $300. If you pick up a heavy or regular, metallic yellow stone, congratulations, that's native gold, you could have up to $2,000 on hand. If you see a dull but elegant yellow desert stone, that's yellow jade, around $40. If you notice yellow tones with a purple undertone, take a good look. It's jade tien, around $200. If you find a clear greenish stone that's very smooth to the touch, don't pass it up. It's greenish white jade, around $70. Yes, it looks plain, but it has a natural oily sheen. It's Hader Huyan, worth around $100. If it's dark but translucent like frozen glass, it's ice-type obsidian. It can sell for $600. And if it shines blue when held up to the light, as if it has its own light, it's blue amber, easily $4,000. M.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United States Senate rejected a resolution Wednesday that would have directed the removal of U.S. armed forces from hostilities with Iran, as Iran's government said the death toll from joint U.S.-Israeli attacks passed 1,200. 52 Republicans were joined by Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman on a procedural vote opposing the War Powers Resolution. This is Mississippi Republican Senator Roger Wicker.
I'll vote no on the pending resolution. President Trump decided to attack Iran. That decision was profound, deliberate, and correct.
44 Democrats and 2 independents voted to advance the War Powers Resolution, joined by Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul. That fell short of the 51 votes needed to pass. Georgia Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock spoke ahead of Wednesday's vote.
The declaration of war is not a power that the President of the United States has. The Constitution makes it clear the declaration of war is the authority and the responsibility of Congress.
Meanwhile, Politico reports some Democrats are not ruling out voting in favor of a multi-billion-dollar infusion of new funding to the Pentagon. The White House is reportedly considering asking Congress for $50 billion in new funding, on top of $990 billion in military funding already approved by Congress in recent months. Sri Lanka's Navy says it's rescued 32 Iranian sailors and brought them to a hospital for treatment after an Iranian warship was torpedoed by a U.S. submarine in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lankan officials said they'd recovered 87 bodies from the ship's wreckage after it was struck without warning in international waters near Sri Lanka's coast. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth celebrated the attack on Wednesday.
An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
Secretary Hegseth added, the U.S. and Israel are in the process of crushing Iran's government, quote, without mercy. Iran's foreign ministry says U.S. and Israeli attacks have struck 33 civilian sites across Iran, including hospitals, schools, residential areas, and historic sites. Earlier today, airstrikes destroyed Tehran's Azadi Stadium, which has hosted international soccer matches. Meanwhile, 2 Iranian Red Crescent Society paramedics told Middle East Eye last weekend's bombing of an elementary school in southern Iran was a so-called double-tap airstrike, with the second strike coming after the school's principal called parents and told them to come and pick up their children. The strikes killed about 175 people, most of them young girls. Meanwhile, Iranian missiles reportedly targeted a base housing an Iranian Kurdish force in neighboring Iraq Thursday. The base is one of several where Iranian Kurdish separatists say they're preparing to launch an insurgency with U.S. backing against Iran's government. Iran is continuing to strike at U.S. military bases across the Middle East and the countries that host them. Iraqi forces say they shot down a drone targeting a U.S. base near Baghdad International Airport. Saudi Arabia's military says it intercepted and destroyed 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles. In Kuwait, an 11-year-old girl was killed when the remnants of a rocket hit her home. In the United Arab Emirates, 6 people were injured by falling debris from drones that were intercepted in the skies over Abu Dhabi. In Kuwait, an oil tanker anchored in the port of Mubarak al-Kabir reported a large explosion Wednesday, one of 5 ships in the region that reported attacks over the last 24 hours. Meanwhile, Azerbaijan says Iranian drones struck its territory Thursday, hitting an airport terminal and falling near a school building. 2 civilians were wounded. Azerbaijan summoned Iran's ambassador, demanding a clear explanation and threatening a response. Iran's foreign ministry later denied targeting Azerbaijan. Meanwhile, Iran's armed forces have denied firing any missile towards Turkish territory after Turkey's military said a ballistic missile fired towards Turkish airspace was shot down by NATO and missile defense systems. Israel's military has ordered tens of thousands of additional residents of southern Lebanon to evacuate dozens of villages or face death. An Israeli military spokesperson posted a message in Arabic on X reading, quote, "Residents of southern Lebanon, you must move immediately to areas north of the Litani River," unquote. Some 200,000 people live in the region. On Thursday, there were massive traffic jams as panicked residents piled personal belongings into cars and headed north. Meanwhile, Lebanon's health ministry says Israeli attacks have killed 8 more people across Lebanon, with several airstrikes overnight in southern Beirut. Beirut neighborhoods where Israel had issued forced evacuation orders. On Capitol Hill, a Marine Corps veteran suffered a broken arm as he was dragged out of a hearing by Capitol Police Wednesday after he disrupted a Senate hearing to protest the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. The veteran, Brian McGinnis, resisted as he was aggressively pulled by Capitol Police officers. Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana joined the altercation. McGinnis's arm was broken after his hand became stuck in a door frame. Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., demonstrators with the anti-war group Code Pink Thursday disrupted a Heritage Foundation conference protesting the think tank's role in crafting policies that boost military funding and support U.S. interventions overseas.
When they see a flawless,
you stand up there talking about patriotism. You don't care about Americans. You don't care about your constituents. You care about that $500,000 in your pocket for AIPAC. Don't hide. Your constituents want health care and housing. They don't want to send their children to kill other children. They don't want their money.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the greatest country in the history of the world.
In climate news, new research suggests human activities causing ocean levels to rise far faster than government planners previously thought, with tens of millions more people at risk of losing their homes to rising seas. Researchers reviewed hundreds of scientific assessments, finding most of them underestimated baseline coastal water heights by 12 inches or 30 centimeters. A Texas Democratic Congress member warns there are at least 14 active measles cases at Camp East, Montana, a hastily constructed tent camp in El Paso where more than 3,000 immigrants are imprisoned. Another 112 people are being isolated. The ICE jail has recently had outbreaks of COVID-19 and tuberculosis and is rife with reports of inadequate medical care. Democratic U.S. Congress member Veronica Escobar warns the outbreaks threaten the greater El Paso community, yet she has never seen guards wearing masks to prevent the spread of highly infectious diseases. This comes as the Washington Post reports ICE is drafting a letter to terminate the facility's $1.2 billion contract. ICE dramatically cut its basic training program amidst a hiring spree meant to speed up the Trump administration's deportation efforts. That's according to records obtained by the Washington Post, which corroborate the claims of an ICE whistleblower who warned that ICE last year removed about 240 hours from its basic training program, or more than 40% of instructional time. On Wednesday, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem returned to Capitol Hill, where she was grilled by Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee about the killing of Renee Good and Alex Preti by federal agents. Once again, Noem refused to apologize for calling Good and Preti domestic terrorists almost immediately after they were shot dead. Meanwhile, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz appeared before the House Oversight Committee Wednesday, where he fended off charges from Republicans that he failed to prevent a social welfare fraud scandal, which the Trump administration used as a pretext to freeze Medicaid reimbursements to Minnesota. Walz said Minnesotans had been singled out and targeted for political retribution at an unparalleled scale.
Under the guise of combating fraud, the federal government has flooded Minnesota with masked, untrained, and unaccountable agents who are wreaking havoc in our communities. On the streets of Minnesota, federal agents have entered U.S. citizens' homes who have committed no crimes. They have violated the constitutional rights of our citizens. They have ignored court orders. They have shot first and asked questions later. Time and again, they have gaslit us by demanding that we ignore what we see before our very eyes. But the American people are not so easily fooled.
A massive blackout in Cuba has left most of the island, including Havana, without power. Cuban officials said the island's largest plant unexpectedly went offline. A U.S. oil blockade has cut off the Cuban government from accessing desperately needed fuel as the Trump administration intensifies pressure on Cuba. President Trump recently raised the possibility of a, quote, friendly takeover of Cuba, unquote. Meanwhile, Ecuador's expelled Cuba's ambassador and diplomatic staff, declaring them to be persona non grata. On Wednesday, Ecuadorian opposition lawmaker Hector Rodriguez criticized the move.
Este tipo de medidas mina la integración latinoamericana.
These kinds of measures undermine Latin America integration and undermine the possibility of having a union of neighboring countries that are brothers. We share a history, and not only language and a cultural identity, but a way of seeing the world. Cuba and Ecuador have had relations for over 150 years.
Ecuador's decision to expel the Cuban diplomat came as the U.S. announced it had deployed special forces to Ecuador to conduct joint military operations with Ecuadorian commandos. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, announced Venezuela will reform its mining laws in a move that will give the U.S. greater access to Venezuela's natural resources. Rodriguez made the announcement next to U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who was in Caracas along with executives from more than 24 U.S. mining companies. Axios reports Trump officials have already brokered a massive U.S.-Venezuela gold deal. This all comes 2 months after the U.S. attacked Venezuela and abducted the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores, who are currently in jail here in New York. The Republican-led House Oversight Committee has voted to subpoena U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to testify about her handling of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's case. Meanwhile, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has voluntarily agreed to testify. Last month, he admitted he and his family had traveled to Epstein's private island in 2012, contradicting earlier claims that he had cut off ties to Epstein in 2005. The House Oversight Committee has also asked Bill Gates, billionaire Leon Black, and Goldman Sachs departing general counsel Catherine Rumler to testify about Epstein. And a multi-year investigation into the Catholic Diocese of Providence, Rhode Island, has found Catholic priests sexually abused hundreds of children for decades and were protected by bishops who put the reputation of the church above the well-being of survivors. The report by Rhode Island's Attorney General found 75 Catholic priests molested more than 300 victims since 1950, though the true number of victims and abusive priests is likely much higher. Only a quarter of those named in the report, or just 20 people, face criminal charges. Of those, just 14 were convicted. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Would you like $1,000 cash or an ounce of gold? You gotta pick one.
I'll take the cash.
So you took the cash. Because you chose the lesser amount, the other $1,000 you missed up on is going up in the air. All right? You lose. See you guys. An ounce of gold is worth $2,000 cash, but I know people are gonna take what they know, and I'm gonna teach them a lesson. Ma'am, $1,000 cash, ounce of gold. Ma'am, $1,000 cash or ounce of gold. Sir, $1,000 or an ounce of gold.
It's better than $9, right?
Which one do you choose? Smart choice. This is worth $2,000, so go cash it in.
Thanks, man.
All right, ma'am, $1,000 cash, ounce of gold. You're gonna take the cash, but because you took the smaller amount value, it's the punishment. The rest of your money goes up in the air. You chose the wrong amount, my friend. May that be a lesson to you, all right? Some people are smart, some people are not, some people walk right past it. That was our little gold lesson from TracksNYC.com or right here in the district.
This is what happens when you put acid on a 100-year-old buffalo nickel. They started making buffalo nickels all the way back in 1913, but we don't know what the date is on this one because it's totally gone. And that's why we're putting acid on it. The acid that we're putting on this is called Nicodate, and it can restore the date when it's missing. It eats away at the soft metals and reveals the date. But remember, this is an acid, so it is very dangerous. Wear protective equipment. So we're gonna go ahead and place a little droplet of acid right there where the date should be, right below the neck. And it's gonna take about 30 seconds for this to work. And while we're waiting, hit that like and subscribe. And don't forget to share this video with your friends. This is the best way to support my channel. All right, it's been about 30 seconds. Let's go ahead and drop this in some water, and then we'll get it dried off. And let's take a look and see what we've got here. It looks like I can see a date. It's 1924, so this is over 100 years old. Let's go find out how many were minted. All right, and if we go down to 1924 and go over to the mintage, it looks like there was about 21,600,000 of these minted. It's a common coin, so it's only going to be worth about face value. Like and follow for more coin videos.
So, do you guys want to find out whether this is real footage or not? It's not. It's not. There we go. And I was getting ready for this, right? Because I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys what's been going on, because this is one of the big things, is that there's a lot of people on the internet right now who are angry because they think that Elon has been going around and censoring all of the bombs and everything happening to Tel Aviv, right? That basically Elon is working for Israel, and he's censoring all of the times that Israel has blown things up. So Iranian defense has been suspended. Iranian military updates has been suspended. And so we're going to read some of these right here. And let me make sure I've got everything. Here's another one. What's up, Elon? Not keen on free speech anymore? Well, wait a minute. What do you mean no free speech? And so let's read some more of the comments and people saying this. Who else noted that there have been a reduction in videos of the war since last night? Elon does not want us to see how Iran is smashing Israel. User Ahmed Hamdan Darling, journalist of Gaza in the Middle East, was caught finally. All of his war shit turns out to be fake, and his current campaign of slop was 90% AI generated. So take a look at, let's read some of these comments. Does anyone else find it odd that Israel was reportedly hit with 50 missiles last night, but there are very few videos on it? Did you notice the change on X? No more videos of them losing this war. It's like the war in Iran isn't happening. It's like Israel isn't getting pounded. They don't want us to know how badly they're losing. This is the destruction of X by the Zionists. You're not being shown the videos that have captured the damage being inflicted on Tel Aviv. Just like X also blocked most videos showing the IDF bombing Gaza and harming children and civilians. This is all by design. Selective censorship equals psyops. Someone needs to go and get some videos of Israel being pounded because suddenly my algorithm isn't showing anything. Elon turned the Protect Israel algorithm up to 11 this morning. It's not even subtle. I'm curious that Twitter no longer shows any video of what's happening in Tel Aviv. Why is my feed suddenly only showing me videos of America striking Iran for Israel? This is seriously pissing me off. X algorithms have not been fixed to show videos of the war, specifically where Iran is hammering down on Israel and American setups. Since last evening, we haven't seen a new video. This is how Musk supports the right-wing filth and manipulates narratives. Last night, we found a guy in Pakistan that was managing 31 accounts posting AI war videos. All were hacked and the usernames were changed on February 27th to Iran War Monitor or some derivative. We're getting faster at detecting this and also eliminating the incentive to do this. So, you have an entire collection of people who have psyoped themselves into believing the AI videos of Israel being blown up were real. That's right. So he's upset with videos depicting gross deaths of children and women were not allowed, and the fake news videos are being taken down. That's right. And so I was saying this before, right, is that, like, apparently they were listening, or, I mean, I think this really doesn't take it much, you know, it's not like I'm the only person that ever thought of this. I think it's pretty fucking obvious that, you know, when you have a bunch of people that are posting fake news constantly, that it's going to make everything look bad. The devs, yeah, damn devs, bozo, exactly. The Iran jets just shut down, what is this here? And how do they ignore live cams? Because they're stupid. And so anyway, let's go back. I'll look and show you guys some of the images. This is this is from Iran. That's later on. Let me see if I can pull up and show you guys some more of these here, because, oh, here's one. Iranian media decided to showcase their successes against the United States. So here's Iran blowing up the United States. Well, it looks like they've won. That's right, guys. They've won. And included scenes of a Soyuz missile hitting a battleship Yamato. Problem is, the Soyuz is a space carrier, and the Yamato sank in April 1945. So there's another one right there. Let's see if I can pull any more of these up. And where the fuck did these go? No, that's not it either. Oh, here it is. There is a whole subworld on social media that genuinely thinks Iran sunk 60 ships and killed over 3,000 soldiers. See this? This is, yeah, over 5,060 Marines have died, not counting those from the aircraft. Carrier Abraham Lincoln. And this post has, oh, it's actually not that many. That's good at least, right? And, but I've seen this circulating like 50 fucking times, right? And here's another one. The moments before Iran destroyed the U.S. Navy fleet in Bahrain, they just blew the whole thing up. Iran, they just figured, you know what? You've activated our trap card. It's time to just blow up the entire American Navy.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Hold up. Oh my God! Oh my God! Hang on. Oh my God! Oh my God! It's still going. Keep your seatbelts on. It's everywhere.
Parallel verse. True. AI videos have completely one-shotted the third world. They're all AI. So all these people were getting high on their supply of AI videos. They were sitting there. The X algorithm is heavily manipulated today. So the moment that they started deleting AI-generated videos, all of the videos of Iran winning went away. That's crazy. What are the odds of that? And, like, the thing is, this was so obvious. Like, everybody knew this was happening, but for some reason, nobody wanted to say it. Nobody wanted to bring it up. So, yeah, that's what's happening. You think the IRGC paid for premium AI, or can they only make 4 videos a day? I think that they probably can only make 4 videos a day. It was a big story when we lost more jets to an ally than Iran. How can anyone believe the U.S. is taking massive casualties when it isn't reported by U.S. mainstream media? Because they're stupid. That's why these people are like probably sub 90 IQ retards. And not all of them, just most of them. And do you think we're being exposed to less and less documentation from this war because the side that owns Western legacy and social media is winning? So let's read some of the comments here, okay? This is the cope. Well, no, it's because they're fucked up in a way. It'll be recorded history as a major turning point in world affairs. And then the ADL, which is obviously a Jew. Oh, wow. Turn on the porn, turn on pro-Israel, and turn down the cats. Check Chinese media. Oh, wow. We know a war is going on when they censor the winning side and try to hide any truths coming out. Yeah, guys, that's it. And anyway, I think they were winning. We'd probably get flooded with documentation. So this is it. Musk's moderation algorithm appears directly tied to Israeli defense failure rates. So the entire idea they've invented is that Elon Musk is censoring X in order to make Israel look good. That's right, guys. That's right. And so anyway, I don't even know how this happens. Why does the Western media want the U.S. to fail? Because they're run by a bunch of weird freaks that are like these like communist, like anti-Western people. Like, I don't even really know. If you want me to give you a genuine answer, I really don't know what they're thinking. I think that they just don't like America. And again, I feel like there has to be like, this has to be addressed, right? It does. And I think we need to be a lot harsher on these people. But for some reason, most people do seem to disagree with me on that. And I can't believe they've caught us. It's a mental illness. Yeah, I think that putting a lot of these people in mental institutions would help a lot. But, you know, one step at a time. Elon is playing dirty. U.S. must win the war by all means. Passionate about good governance. Oh, my God. Iran, Jesus, man. Iran is launching missiles from underground sites, virtually impossible to detect beforehand. Game changer. Oh, wow. Look at this. Apparently, Israel was hit by over 50 missiles last night, but you won't see any footage of it on Elon's Twitter. Oh, my God. These people are so fucking brain dead. Where is this person from? Kenya. Uh-huh. Well, listen, you're looking at AI. You are getting one shot by AI. This is unbelievable, man. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say someone's aggressively scrubbing it. So this is really what's happened, is that you've had it get so bad that these people are so delusional that they think that they're winning because they're watching AI videos. That's it. And why is it so difficult to believe that there's some censorship regarding Israel? Every country tries to push propaganda because the evidence shows that the reason why, and I'm sure some of it's happening, but these people can't perceive that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're not perceiving that. They're perceiving AI videos being banned and then thinking that that's censorship. That's not censorship. That's simply common sense that you're going to ban that. And wow. Do you think when AI gets better, it could actually be used to go to war? No, probably, yeah. They're retarded. Yeah, you're not thinking about this at all. This is so smart, though. You pacify them by making them think they're winning through AI and then the entire world. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But I don't agree with that. I think that consensus matters a lot. Public opinion matters a lot. And it's important to make sure that you manage that in a positive way if you can. It's not always positive, as you're saying, but I believe Israel is censoring shit, too. Well, it is censoring shooting down the missiles because they said they don't want people to be able to reverse engineer the locations of their air defense things, right? And so I think that's a very reasonable request. I mean, you would agree with me, Pike, that it's a reasonable request for Israel to say, please don't show the locations of our anti-aircraft measures so the enemy can't use it to cross-reference and then know where to bomb to hopefully find, you know, like openings in our defenses. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with this. The Pentagon just signed a contract with OpenAI. Uh-oh. That's big. It's an honor to be pulled up, of course. And you think they're winning until they walk outside, everything's on fire. So they are censoring it. I think that if you like, that's like saying that That's like saying anything is censorship. I think that censorship is the idea that you're trying to say is that Israel is censoring with the goal of trying to create a false impression of the way the war is going. If they don't want to show it for defense reasons, that's very different than them not wanting to show it for propaganda reasons. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's obviously a huge difference. And anyway, I'll move past this, right? We don't need to spend all day thinking about this. But anyway, so yes, all of this has happened. There's been tons of AI, AI videos made. I'll show you some more AI videos made. Tel Aviv looking like this within 48 hours. Oh yeah. Hey yo, flood my boys in Israel. Fuck them. Damn, that's right. They fall for this? I guess. So anyway, Tel Aviv looking like this within 48 hours. Great footage here at BBC in case Israel won't let you film it. Grok, is this real? No. 8,000 likes. 12,000 likes. That's right, guys. That's right. Literally fucking retarded. The Kurdish forces are beginning a ground invasion into northern Iran. Really? Is that true? It's happening already? Holy shit. And wow, I'll look at that. Grok is even better. And delusion maxing, exactly. Professor Mike, and you see he's got, look at all of this comment here. Brit with a big blob of Irish. No reform. God, Royals. Yes, Wales. Scotland. Palestine. One Ireland. Anytime that you see somebody with a watermelon in their profile photo, there's like a 95% chance that they're mentally deficient, okay? And this guy he's not the exception, he's the rule. So you've got another retard. Check his country. All right, guys, bets on the country. You can't bet on Pakistan, that's not fair. We have to get a second one besides that. 3, 2, 1. United Kingdom. Okay. Well, I said you can't bet on Pakistan, so that's kind of the same thing, right? And so I don't know, guys. Maybe we don't even count that one either. And, okay, yeah, same thing.
I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression, but since there was no follow-up question, the president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just
oh my! Sounds to me like leftoid projection.
That's the truth. As I said earlier, the only conversation I had with President Trump about this was in the early 2000s. And I have no information that he did anything wrong. I just wanted all out there.
Yeah, I'm really glad we got it out there. Thank you, sir. It seems like this was a giant Democrat smear campaign. So whenever I see, and in my opinion, this is very obvious, because you see this all the time. Donald Trump is doing a war in Iran to cover up the Epstein files. Dude, the Epstein files so far have vindicated Trump on every single thing ever. It vindicated on him throwing Epstein out of his house in 2005. It vindicated him on working with the FBI to try to get Epstein arrested in 2008. It vindicated him on cutting off contact with Epstein after Epstein was convicted as a pedophile, even though all these other people still had contacts with him. It vindicated Trump that Epstein was working with Democrats, quite literally, to prevent Trump from being president, including with Obama's aides. All right, it literally vindicated him every step of the way. So no, this war with Iran is not a giant cover-up for the Epstein files. Everyone that's saying this is some giant cover-up for the Epstein files, quite literally, in my opinion, is pushing paid jihadist propaganda on purpose, and they know it. The reason why Trump is trying to stop people from developing nuclear and ballistic missiles to destroy all of us is because he's trying to cover up the Epstein files, which isn't getting covered up at all. No one is trying to do this at all. Right? Maybe Pam Bondi and the FBI and that shit needs to be investigated, because I agree it wasn't handled right. We absolutely need to get more names out. We need to start arresting these people. Don't get me wrong. I fully support that 1000%. But to think that Trump is doing this to distract is obviously so unbelievably retarded. It's insane. Every piece of information that came out regarding Trump has vindicated him thus far. And every time I say it, I get so much shit by these, in my opinion, either bots or retards that constantly try to attack me. Nux, how can you say they're trying to be... So far, there's no evidence. All right, but before we call someone a pedophile, we should have evidence, in my opinion. I've made mistakes in the past, and I don't want to make them again. I try to be incredibly careful with what I say and what I do, and quite literally... These people aren't careful. These people are going around and slandering a man, so far with zero evidence that he actually did anything wrong. Donald Trump has been proven so fucking vindicated, it's honestly sickening that the whole media sphere is still doing this shit. But speaking of evil presidents getting their dues, Bill Clinton got fucking raped by this council. Alright, so here's where he has to explain why he showed up in a hot tub with random redacted women with Jeffrey Epstein.
And what we're trying to get at is some context for the public on whether you remember this photo, and any details you may be able to provide us about it. So do you recall the details of this photo, or recall the photo being taken?
No, I don't think I ever knew the photo was taken.
Okay, and for those
That does not prove anything.
who can't see it, it's a photo of you in a hot tub. There's a person next to you here. Do you remember where it was taken? Where was it taken?
I'm almost sure that this taken, I think there's an adjacent photograph, which you probably have,
I'm almost sure, I think maybe.
that if people saw it, they would feel that someone was trying to con them, showing this picture. But anyway, this picture was taken in Brunei.
In where?
We flew one night on a trip to Asia, the last very long leg.
Right.
He said we. Is it, who is that including?
Well, my TIL team that was working
His team,
on
his
the AIDS
team.
issue,
But why was this in the Epstein files?
and Mr. Epstein was there, and
Mr. Epstein? Big
Miss
Jeff?
Maxwell. But anyway, we got to the end of
He happened to be there.
the flight was Brunei. It's a tiny place, but a very wealthy one, and the Sultan of Brunei was a man that I had gotten to know well in my 8 years as president. And his first involvement with international matters was basically to join the Asian Pacific Economic Leaders Conference, which I started and which he attended. And
So this guy's basically saying he was in a really small country with really corrupt sultans and officials and stuff and kings and rulers and whatever, with Jeffrey Epstein and with people in a spa, and no wrongdoing was found, probably. I love how he has to explain, hey, I'm not a pedophile on a private island or anything, okay? I'm just bathing with random women in little corrupt islands with rich people. Okay, much better, sir.
And then he was very proud of that, and he hosted. His time came to host it. You know, you do these things in a rotation. And it came at the...
We would do these things in a rotation. You mean to tell me a lot of elites getting together with young women around the world or something? That's... Bro, does his lawyers know that he's just basically saying this?
Either at the very end of my term.
It was his turn to procure the children. I'm exaggerating, obviously, for comedic effect. Don't sue me or kill me, Clintons, okay? Listen, I'm just a comedian, okay?
Or maybe the next year. Anyway, he wanted, when he knew I was coming, and he said he wanted to help me with my AIDS initiative, and he invited me to stay there. And he said, I want you to stay at this hotel.
The philanthropy of bathing with naked, potentially underage women.
And I hope you'll use the pool. So
I hope you'll
did.
use the pool.
And then I got out and...
It's crazy. Who the fuck, like, President of the United States is just using some random rich guy's pool, bathing with random women? Like, on what? On a trip as president? Like, what are we doing? Like, how are we taking... This isn't normal.
Went to bed, exhausted.
Just for the record, there's another
exhausted, huh?
picture that also shows this as part of the larger pool area? Do you all have that so that he can refresh his recollection with respect to that?
We should have it. It's quite enlightening. If you watch this,
Yes, it's noted.
it'll
Yes.
give you a different feel.
Thank you.
Okay.
We don't have it with us right now.
Okay,
We do
thanks. I just
have
wanted
it
to
as
make
well.
sure he knew the
And so
context.
were there other people in that pool or hot tub with you as well?
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well, there's
He's asking in the pool
it appears
area.
there's
He did not have sexual relations with that hot tub.
this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking in the pool area were there other
Yes,
individuals?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know?
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember who, were
You know,
they?
we could find out who this is, but the FBI, for some reason, is still redacting these people. Like, I'm just saying, the FBI should know who this person is. All right, this is completely unacceptable.
Under 18? Would you know?
Like, I'm not
No.
saying that there
Were they
is
part
no
of your trap?
cover-up. There's actively a cover-up. There's definitely a cover-up taking place. I just don't think it's Trump personally specifically. I do think that still there is some retard sitting in the swamp and in power in these intelligence agencies that are just perusing along, trying to still make this world work out for them.
Traveling party, he's asking you.
Yes, they were, I think. I think everybody there was part of our party. It was late at night, and
Oh, so traveling with you and, human trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
I also believe that there was a Secret Service agent there at the other end of the pool.
Okay, and was this in public?
No way.
No, it was a hotel room, and
Right.
the Sultan wanted us to stay there, and the water of this big pool
You mean to tell me that there was a Sultan involved?
was on the same floor. That
Sultans known for marrying adults.
there were several suites, and so.
Man, when I heard that Trump bombed Khamenei and his wife, and Khamenei's wife was killed along with Khamenei, you know, rapist, terrorist, pedophile from Iran, my first thought was, damn, I draw the line at killing children. Okay, all right, that was dark. Okay, all right.
He went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and
5
went to bed.
minutes.
And then I have to ask.
Pretty good recollection you got there, old Bill. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who I was with. I thought I was there alone. I was there for 5 minutes and went to bed exhausted. All right.
Did you engage in any sexual activity
No.
with this person? Okay, thank you. Okay.
And that ends.
All right. Well, who knows? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. So anyway, this is crazy, by the way. All right, this is crazy. This is the most damning moment a lot of people are saying.
The witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his...
All right, because that's a fact. It's a fact that Jeffrey Epstein said Bill Clinton liked them young. That's objective. That's a fact. The question is, what did he mean by that? Well, I think I know, for the record.
Opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say
Correct.
something
Why would
about him?
Why would Epstein say that
So
about
she's
the
asking you
president?
to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind.
I love how the lawyer has to explain it like he's a literal retard. Just make believe you're in Epstein's head. Why would he possibly say that you like them young?
Guess at what Mr. Epstein would have
Take
thought
a
about.
guess.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
Uh-oh.
First of all,
Oh my God, look at him. He's shaking.
that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
Oh my
I didn't
God.
say underage.
Look at him shaking.
I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Oh, brutal.
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I
Did
am.
you know Jeffrey
Look at
Epstein
him
instructed a
shaking.
witness to deny you were ever on his island?
One more time. That's incredible. What do you mean by like them young? It's not true.
At my age, anybody younger than I
Did
am.
you know Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
Am I supposed to make believe that that didn't look suspicious as fuck? Am I supposed to make believe that that didn't literally look like the most suspicious thing I've ever seen in my entire life?
He didn't have to since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to
He claims he was never on his island, even though he was on his plane 26 times.
Zorro Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
Oh, good question.
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
How many
The hell answer is that?
other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
The question is there anyone that you flew with as many times as you flew with Jeffrey Epstein? You know, notorious pedophile child trafficker.
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay. So maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So, how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Oh, to the best of your recollection.
Okay. Did you ever discuss
That means a
sexual
lot. Okay, that means a lot. No idea? Come on, dude.
misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young
Remember, that's the lawyer trick. The lawyer trick is not to my knowledge, because if you end up figuring out that yes, then, well, if I just said not to my knowledge, I just didn't know about it.
girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Well, he
You're
was
asking his
massaged by
opinion.
a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world, that
So
it's
I'm sorry,
unusual a
are you
young woman
speaking
would
to,
be-
are you talking to the instance of the
Yes, is it unusual that
the
a young
back
woman would be
massage
massaging?
that occurred while he was not president? I'm just
God, look at this guy. He looks like he's aging, like, in real time.
trying to understand. You said a president of the United States.
Former president?
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the
Are you
time frame.
filibustering?
No, I don't need
Okay.
to. I'm actually trying to make
I
sure
think
that
I'm
as
pretty
you.
clear. He said he
Oh
is
my
a
God,
sitting
look at him
president.
shaking!
Could we just please go one at a time?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You said
Dude, and the lawyer is literally yelling with her, you said he's a president. He's actually a former president? It's like, oh my God, just shut up.
Sitting president, I want you to be clear so that when he answers
Former
you,
sitting
the
president, how
record
do
is
you want
clear.
to do it? Is it unusual?
I have no idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured.
Lawyers shutting him up. Do not talk about if it's unusual for presidents to get massages from children. Do not engage with the question, sir. It's speculation. How is he supposed to know if it's unusual? Oh, I can tell you, it's unusual. It's unusual for anyone to get a massage from a child. Okay? Incredibly hot take.
Do you ever, did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
When Bill Clinton came out, they put away all of the women that they were sex trafficking. Likely story.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants. and
Yes,
oxygen.
a lot of underage female flight attendants on the plane. Absolutely.
Right.
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation?
Oh, good question.
Do you think that you might have been like caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you asking?
I'm asking
Intel
if the-
operation?
First of all, I don't.
Some type of intel operation. I'm just curious because it's been speculated on today and yesterday
understand.
that he may have been an intel asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
In 2019,
All right.
you stated after he was arrested, I guess this would be the second time.
Well, that means that he doubts that he was part of an intel operation at all, which I think is incredibly unlikely at this point. Like, this dude had video cameras in all of his bedrooms. He's inviting billionaires all over. Billionaires, presidents, rich people, princes, prime ministers, like, to his island, his little sex island, where he has underage women and cameras in private rooms. Like, I think it's incredibly unlikely that he wasn't somehow connected to intelligence agencies.
Time. You stated you knew nothing of Epstein's, quote, terrible crimes since you only met, quote, briefly on only, quote, 2 occasions.
Oh! It's over.
Was this statement false?
Excuse me, Congressman,
That's
can you
not
put in
an
the
accurate
the
statement.
record
Can you
that
please
statement?
share us the
Yes. In 2019,
God.
as reported by the media,
which
Oh, it is so over, bro. Holy crap, they're killing him. All right, so this is the most viral clip of the interview. As you can see, this has 10 million views, 136,000 likes. This is him looking at old photos of him with Epstein with probably completely legal women, and reminiscing over the times. Look at him, looking at the photos of him and old Jeff, and the lawyer snatches away the photos while he's trying to look. Let me see that. Let me see that. Oh my, I should not. He's smiling, bro. Bro, what was that? Taps the photo. Dog, this dude was the most prolific sex trafficker of the modern era. Like, what? Are you serious? Oh yeah, I remember that. What's he laughing about?
Mr. President, we have
Oh my god, that's so bad.
about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first
That's the
hour,
worst thing
so
I've
I
ever
just wanna
seen, man.
Ask you some questions related to
Oh my god.
the crimes committed by Mr. Epstein.
God damn, I can't believe we're literally here. But look at this, Bill Clinton smiling, looking back at old Epstein photos, nodding over the memories. His attorney snatches them. Dude, that's insane. All right, apparently it gets even hairier. All right, so this is him talking about why he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane.
The Safe at Home Foundation. And it was designed to combat domestic violence.
Ah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein working together to...
Villa's comm speakers have aged poorly, like the Madre. Pre-war junk.
Name a better duo. This is just a popular combination, you know, of a crime-fighting duo, as we all know. Batman and Bane working together to stop drugs on the streets.
Of which Joe Torre had been a victim
Right.
as a child. And so I wanted to support it. And then Donald Trump gave him the golf course in New York to have a tournament on, and I played in it a couple of times. And the day I was there, he would typically, Donald Trump would come out and play a few holes with us. And he somehow knew I had flown in Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft, and he said, you know, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out, all because of a real estate deal. And he said,
Damn.
I'm sorry it happened. That's all.
Do you recall whether President Trump was the first one to affirmatively bring up the subject of Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but I'd be shocked if I did. I just don't do that.
I don't bring up the guy that's notorious for, you know, pedophilia and stuff. That was my bestie that I flew when I was playing a whole bunch of times. Yeah, understandable. All right, so I thought this was also super interesting. They asked him if he actually believes that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
I'd like to ask you personally and directly, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
Are you asking him to speculate on how Mr. Epstein died?
Yes!
I'm asking what the president thinks of...
So you're asking his opinion?
Mr. President, was your friend Jeffrey Epstein suicidal?
Are you classifying him as a friend who he has testified that he was friendly?
He has called him a friend in a letter.
He said friendly, not a friend! But in the letter, he wrote that he's a friend. So, like, dude, these lawyers are vicious. Like, oh my God.
He said he was friendly, but not. You've asked for his testimony.
Mr. President, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was suicidal?
Do you know?
Was he ever
She's asking for the
suicidal?
best of your
I
understanding.
don't know. I only know what the medical finding was.
It's unbelievable. Well, the medical founding found a lot of really weird things. For example, the medical, the guy actually said that he was killed by strangulation, not by, you know, hanging himself, and then changed his mind. Said the broken bones in his neck looked more like a strangulation victim. That was one thing that was said. Another thing that was said was that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered in an actual FBI document. It was also dated the day before Jeffrey Epstein died, suspiciously. His body was also swapped in the ambulance. This is corroborated by the FBI and the new Epstein files too. It's like, dude, like, this is unbelievable. And also just the fact that the security cameras weren't working, the security guards didn't notice, there was a mysterious guy that was unaccounted for in the prison at the time that no one knows who it is even now. Like, are we seriously supposed to even make believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I think maybe he finally got caught.
And the lawyer's like, that's it, no.
I don't know. I've accepted it in my own mind. I don't know what happened.
Mr. President, what did you accept?
Wow, dude. And the lawyer's like, no, don't say anything,
That he killed himself or that he did not?
That he did, but I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Neither
Mr.
do you.
President.
We don't. None of us know.
Oh, really? None of us know? Really? None of us know? I don't know. And neither do you. What are you asking me? Oh my God, he looked so fucking guilty there. It's crazy. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just because he's old and shaking and stuff. But I feel like this guy looks scared out of his gourd, bro. All right. So here, Bill Clinton said the quiet part out loud.
Individual by the name of Sarah Ransom.
I don't believe so.
Okay. There have obviously been claims made about you. And I do not believe that these claims are credible. The reason I am asking you specifically about that name is because that individual stated that you were in sex tapes, okay? It was unfounded and it was discredited. But given the politicization of this entire investigation, do you believe that it would be appropriate of members of this committee to bring in witnesses, whether it is about you or another president, that have unfounded allegations regarding sexual claims of misconduct?
That's not a decision for me to make.
As a recommendation in regards to avoiding trafficking, etc., and bringing justice for the victims, would you make that recommendation to this committee?
Congressman, just so I understand the question, you're saying if the witness has unfounded claims?
Well, I don't believe that Sarah Ransom's claims about the president are founded. I don't believe that there's sex tapes with you, President Clinton.
No, I'm just asking about your question. Is it you're not asking if somebody with plausible claims should be brought in. You're asking if somebody with implausible, unfounded claims.
Correct, because these claims were found to be unfounded by investigators.
So are you asking his opinion?
Yes, because we are trying to figure out in regards to being able to further this investigation and whether or not we are going to be interviewing other individuals regarding sex trafficking, avoiding in the future. I know that you and your wife have both been big on this issue.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you.
Two people, the two biggest anti-sex trafficking people ever. Jeffrey Epstein's besties. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would you think that it would be appropriate that this committee bring in someone like Sarah Ransom, who has unfounded claims that have been debunked, in this investigation. It's
So he
a
answered
simple
the question about, he answered this question when you first asked it then, when he said that it wasn't for him to make those decisions.
Well, I'm asking for his recommendation to the committee and follow-up.
Yeah, this seems like a bit of a dumb question, not gonna lie.
It's not a gotcha question. This is obviously a very serious investigation.
Well, first of all, I recommend that you have on your staff a prosecutor who's had a lot of experience in this, dealing with these cases. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in a witness that you know is lying.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
Oh, really? You don't say. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in a witness who you know is lying. Exactly. This investigation focuses on credible evidence, real traffickers, justice for victims, not debunked allegations and political theater. And unfortunately, this goes completely against the basic Democrat narrative that are all pushing this idea that Trump is a pedophile based on absolute zero evidence. Zero evidence. Not one shred of actual evidence that Trump did anything wrong here. Like, again, this is unbelievable. It's shocking that anyone should know this. Bill Clinton seems to know it, all right? Like, this is wild, all right? And, dude, it keeps getting worse for the leftoids.
It's on here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Was Jeffrey Epstein on? You apparently took 26 flights on planes connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Was he on every flight you were on?
Was he on every flight I was on? That's a good question.
If you know.
What?
If you know, their flight manifest,
Yeah,
if you know.
There'll be a record of it, but I think he was, or certainly on most.
You think he was? Well, that's okay. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on every flight you were on, as far as you remember?
The same answer. I think she was, but there'll be a record of it.
So they were besties, huh?
Okay. When you took these flights,
Man.
you're saying a lot of them on behalf of your foundation or your charitable work, correct?
Yes.
Who did you normally bring on these flights? I assume
Get ready.
Foundation.
Who else was on these very charitable flights with you and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell?
I brought people who work with me, especially people who would have to follow up on the fundraising, or people who were involved in my AIDS work. I bought
Get ready.
people who.
Just like I never go anywhere alone. You never went anywhere alone. Right?
What? No.
You always have an
And
entourage.
I had the Secret Service with me, and then on occasion, I had people who had volunteered to help us and wanted to see what we were doing. For example, I think it was on one of these trips. I think that I had my first trip for the man who's now the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and his wife. They gave me, they helped me get started.
Oh, another leftoid. It doesn't stop, bro. He admits he brought Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and his wife on Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Lolita Express plane. What he claims was his first trip. These guys, yup, that's pretty insane. That's crazy. Oh my God, it's wild. Right, dude, and these questions, they really lambasted him here.
What did happen, Mr. President?
I don't know. I mean, I've already told you this. I'll tell again. I never saw anybody do anything wrong.
Sure.
I thought they were flight attendants.
He thought that the sex trafficking, very often child victims, were flight attendants. Okay, all right.
Do flight attendants typically wear tank tops and jeans?
Oh! Destroyed. It's so over. They have photos of the women that were being trafficked in tank tops and jeans on the plane. And you really thought they were flight attendants, bro?
They don't all wear uniforms on private planes.
Oh,
Yes,
then he
sir.
drinks.
Most are
Oh
dressed
my God, with the shaky hands.
business class.
Oh, that's awful, dude. That's so bad. That is so bad. It's so bad. Oh my God, it's crazy.
First question I have for you, Mr. President. Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
Have you ever lied
No.
under oath?
No.
No. I wanted to wrap up with that one because, yes, Clinton was impeached for lying under oath about having an affair with an intern. Okay? So he starts off his entire deposition with Jeffrey Epstein lying about the fact that he's never lied under oath. So take it for what you will. We are getting justice. It will happen. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but I am firmly on board with completely and utterly legally castrating and crucifying pedophiles. Once we have actual evidence, mostly peaceful crucifixion and castration of pedophiles, it'll be diabolical. Everyone loves it.
This is 500 feet underground in an abandoned silver mine, and this is where the dynamite used to be held. That is a bag full of 100-year-old dynamite that could explode at any moment. Nitroglycerin. And there's my friend Tim pouring out said bag of dynamite on the ground. Luckily we didn't die and continued on. We came across this pit, and so decided to take up some old track and lay it across. That's over 100 feet down. I made it over to the other side and continued exploring. Beyond the hole there was carbide graffiti, another bag of dynamite, and just before I headed out, I found this.
I think I might have found them. I don't want to get too excited, but some buttons. Oh my gosh. They say Levi Strauss.
Old Levi's can be a very big deal. Follow along and I'll explain why.
What's up, boys? So today, we got a little bit more of a serious topic. Today, I want to talk to you all about why I don't smoke, why I don't do any recreational drugs, and why I don't drink. I don't do any of that stuff. I never have, and I never will. Now, I've gotten this question, why I don't do it, ever since I was back in middle school, whenever all my friends were doing it, and they were wondering why I wasn't joining along. So I want to answer that question and just kind of give my perspective on it as somebody who, has seen a lot of people go through this, and it's something people always ask me a lot in my stream as well. And I think that honestly, it's definitely, you got the stereotype, okay? You've got the tall, skinny, shaggy white guy with baggy clothes, wearing sweatpants and a video game t-shirt. Honestly, there have been times I've been in college and drug dealers have walked up to me and they're just like completely casual. They're like, all right, what do you need, man? Like just straight up. And every time I tell them that, I'm not interested, I think sometimes they've gotten mad at me because they're like, I've like tricked them or something like that. Like I follow every single fucking paradigm of the traditional drug guy, right? And somehow I don't do it. And I don't really know if that's a good thing or not, but regardless, I've been approached by a lot of drug dealers. I've had a lot of friends that do drugs and drink and etc. And ever throughout my life, people have always asked me why I don't do it. And at the very early stages, right, back in middle school, whenever I first had some of my friends drinking and smoking weed and doing a few other drugs too, but mostly just the casual middle school, early high school stuff. Why I didn't do it then, pretty fucking simple. I could spend $30 on weed, or I could spend $30 on a video game. And honestly, there were some pretty fucking weird, trippy video games back on the GameCube that make you feel like you're doing drugs anyway. So, I'm gonna pick the fucking video game. Like, you do drugs for 2 hours, I've got that video, I still have the fucking video game, that was 20 years ago. So, it seemed like an easy decision for me right then, and ultimately it came down to, I just couldn't afford drugs. Like, whenever I was a little kid, this might sound kind of crazy, but whenever I was a little kid, I always expected that I would grow up and be a drug addict. Because, watch the streams, or not streams, watch, movies and stuff, and, it's like, yeah, that'd probably be me. I'm kind of like a crazy guy, and these crazy guys doing these drugs, yeah, I could do that. And then I got older, and I realized that they were expensive, and I changed my mind. And I think it's just that simple. It's a lot of fucking money to be a drug addict, especially if you're doing anything more than weed. Like cocaine is really expensive. Anyway, point is that the money that I would have to spend on it was definitely a huge deterrent. Now, obviously I'm a streamer, right? So I'm able to afford it now. Why do I not do it now? Well, it's simple. In the process of not being able to afford it, I was able to watch all my friends who could afford it go through drugs and then go through rehab and then get out of rehab, then get back into drugs and go to jail. then get out of jail, then get back into drugs, and then sometimes die. So, you know, you see that happen a couple of times, and you think to yourself, you know what, maybe this isn't a good idea. Now, I want to make sure that you guys understand something. I do not live the healthiest life. I live like an animal. I have always lived like an animal. I do not treat my body like a temple. I treat it like a zoo. And I've always done things like this. But there are certain things and certain risks that I'm willing to take and others that I am not. I figure that, you know what, yeah, I've got a pretty bad diet. I drink a lot of soda, which caffeine is technically a drug too. I know that there are a lot of people that get defensive whenever I make a video like this, and they'll bring that up. Don't worry, I'm fully aware. Other than that, though, it's not really something I like to get into. Anyway, the point is that I do some unhealthy things as well. Let's keep that to as much of a minimum as possible. And that's always been the way that I've looked at it. So I'm kind of like, it's almost like in a video game where you have a certain amount of like talent points. And it's like, I have this many talent points that I can spend on indulgences. And I just feel like I don't have enough talent points to do drugs as well. So, you know, you've got fast food all the time, you've got sodas all the time, you've got, you know, that kind of shit, and, you know, staying up all night. You know, I don't have any more talent points left over to do drugs or drink. And on top of that, I've got the whole family situation. Now, my dad used to drank for like, you know, he's like 74, something like that. He's really old. And he probably has drank for about 70 years and has to take a break recently because his stomach can't handle it or something. Which, I mean, imagine, it's like for me, if I couldn't drink soda anymore, I would be fucking pissed. I'm pretty sure he's pissed off about it too. But he used to drink all the time, and we've had a number of alcoholics in the family. And you know, I asked my dad, I'm like, oh, what happened to Grandpa? And alcohol poisoning. Okay, what happened to, you know, your great uncle, whoever? Oh, now liver failure. Starting to see a pattern here. Then I talked to my mom, and she tells me the same thing. So I've got people on both sides of my family that have had substance abuse problems that have died of them. So I'm getting hit coming and going. I don't have any chances to be slipping up here, and I don't want to take any risks. And I think that's a big reason. I know there's a lot of people out there. Whenever I make a video like this, I talk about this even. People are very defensive. I think there's a lot of guys out there who they drink recreationally, drink with their friends on the weekend. Maybe they smoke weed, and they think that, you know, they don't want to, they feel persecuted, which, you know, in many places in the U.S., you are. So I want to make sure you guys understand, like, this video is not about you. Like, smoking weed with your friends, having a good time, like, drinking with your friends, that's totally fucking fine. And the only time I have a problem with it is if you get in a car, okay? Other than that, everything's totally fucking chill. And I do want to say, though, I've never met a single person whose life has been made better by heroin. It's just the fact. Same with cocaine. I've never met a person whose life has been cocaine or one of these hard drugs has been, or methamphetamine. I've never met a single person who that drug has been a net positive on their life. And I definitely hope that people who are younger take that seriously. I absolutely do not support that at all. And I also do, however, support people who are addicted. Getting addicted to something really sucks. And I mean, like, you could say I'm addicted to, like, caffeine or, like, soda or whatever, but I've taken breaks from that for a while. There are, like, mild withdrawal syndromes, but, I mean, being addicted to caffeine, you get a headache for a while, and then, you know, you're able to wean yourself off of it. It's one thing, and then, you know, if you just quit cold turkey on alcohol, sometimes for some people they die. So it's a completely different universe, a completely different level of addiction, and if you've got that problem, you've got my support entirely. I think that's a terrible position to be in, and while it may be obviously a misjudgment on your part for probably starting to put yourself in this situation, I still have every bit of support for people who are in it. It really fucking sucks. And as I said, I've seen a lot of real good friends of mine get put in terrible situations for that. And I think that's one of the big reasons why I've never really been supportive of it. of doing it, at least, is that I've seen what it's done to people that are close to me that I care about, and I've seen the negative effects that it has. So my advice for a lot of you guys who are younger, especially, like whenever all of your friends are doing it and then you're not doing it, it feels really, really bad. And I know that I felt this way a lot whenever I was younger, and it was always something that took me years to get over this. And you know, every once in a while, you know, I do kind of feel like an outsider for, you know, not partaking in different things, but I'm glad that I don't do it. I always am. And I think really one thing to keep in mind is, especially if you've been in my position before, you know, you think, you know, your friends will tell you all these, you know, really cool stories about how whenever they got drunk, but whenever you hang out with your friends and you're the only one who's sober, the stories aren't actually really as cool as what they say. Usually it's just your friends acting like drunk assholes. And that's what I've experienced many, many, many times before. So whenever I see people telling those stories, I think of that as well. Usually I just don't think, I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to think of a way to put it, but it's just never really been something that I've really thought was super cool, I guess. And I think whenever you're younger, you get put in a situation where you feel like you have to do it. And I think that if it's like, you know, smoking weed or drinking alcohol, unless you're like in middle school or something like that, it's not the end of the world if you partake a little bit. I think that's generally okay, at least to try it out to see if you don't like it or if you do. I think the problem really is, you know, of course, you know, people drink in moderation, people smoke in moderation. These types of things I think are fine. The problem is whenever it goes beyond moderation and it becomes an addiction. And if you're doing that, I think it's completely fine though. So my best advice is to try to have something that you can do on your own that makes you fulfilled. Because I think that for a lot of people, they have like a friend group of people that do that, and because they don't do that, they feel like they're not part of the friend group. And I think that the best, I guess, like force against that is just having a strong personal sense of self-worth and also having a strong sense of identity. And as long as you have that, I think that it's much easier for you to not feel like an outsider because you're not doing it, or not feel that you're, you know, the odd guy out for not doing it. And I think also as you get older, the coolness of those kinds of things definitely diminishes. I think that, like, for example, drinking is like really, really, really cool, and then really by the time you hit 21, it already goes down. And you know, the amount of people that I knew that thought it was really cool that they would go out and drink at 25, much smaller crowd than whenever we were 19. Okay, and now that we're older, it's even smaller. People do it, you know, for occasions, but it's nothing that people really get like psyched up about. And I think that it's definitely something that gets a lot easier whenever you get older. But you know, as an older teen and like a younger adult, like in your 20s, your younger 20s, it's really hard, and fucking sucks. Like I've tried alcohol before. I've tried to smoke weed before myself, and I can never really get into it and really enjoy it as much. And so I consider myself lucky. And it's kind of ironic how growing up poor ended up being a positive in this way for me, because I could never afford the drugs, and by the time I could, I didn't want to do them anyway. So, you know, if I had grown up in a different situation where I could afford them, I could be a completely different person now. Based off of my family history, there's a good chance I could be. And I think that, you know, people will always criticize and say, like, oh, you're afraid to do them. Yes, very, very afraid. I very much am. One time I took a hydrocodone, and this was for, I had some teeth pulled out, and I remember I was like writing something, and I remember I started feeling weird, and I remember like my sight started going away, like I couldn't feel my fingers and like my toes, I couldn't feel any of that, and like I was like getting like really cold and really hot, and I remember I was just like crying and like screaming almost. And my mom, you know, my mom grew up in the 60s, okay? So she was sitting next to me on the internet watching a YouTube video,
And I think the best thing that she did was just, I think she turned the sound down on the video and, you know, put her hand on my shoulders like, it's gonna be okay. But, you know, she wasn't really too stressed out about me having, I looked it up, I think it was an overdose, I have no idea. And I remember, like, just thinking, I was like, damn, I hope I don't fucking die here, this is gonna suck. And, you know, it scared the shit out of me. And I'm very, very afraid of doing that kind of stuff. Probably too much, but regardless, it's something that I'm very hesitant about, and I would absolutely recommend other people don't get into recreational drugs beyond like weed or you know, drinking alcohol or something. I definitely don't think that it's a good idea, and you know, I do my own bad stuff. I never really, nobody should live the way that I do. I'll say that right now. Nobody should live the way that I do. But, you know, that's what I do. And anyway, I just wanted to make this video and kind of answer the question and kind of talk about it a little bit more of like an open way of just kind of why I don't do recreational drugs, or why I don't really drink, and why I never have, and why I never really ever plan to either. You know, would it be the end of the world for me to take a sip of alcohol, or, you know, drink champagne at a party? No, it's not a big deal to me. But I'd never do it on my own, but everybody really wanted me to do it. It's not a big deal, right? It's not something that I'm desperately afraid of. It's just not something I like doing. It's not something I'm interested in. And it's not something that I want to spend my time doing. And I think that's really all it comes down to. And I think that having that that you have in a situation like this, and with something like this, and as I said, it's really hard growing up dealing with it, especially whenever all of your friends are doing it. And I think that's the biggest struggle. And later on, whenever you get older, obviously, like personal trauma, things like that, might make you want to do it too. I've kind of been in situations like that, but I just kind of solved the problem differently. Overall, it fucking sucks. And if you're in that situation, you have my full support. And I was in that situation for years, and it will get better, I guarantee it. So anyway, guys, that's pretty much why I don't drink, do drugs, or do any of that other kind of shit. But I do plenty of other stupid shit too, so pick your poison. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching. Let me know what you think. And that's pretty much all I've got for you. So until next time, boys. Peace.
China stole our carrier secrets, but one tiny physics flaw just made their billion-dollar flagship completely useless. For years, Beijing's hackers worked in the shadows, snatching thousands of classified files on the US Navy's most advanced technology, the Electromagnetic Aircraft Launch System. They thought they had done the impossible. They built a massive, high-tech supercarrier that looked exactly like ours, boasting to the world that the empire of American naval dominance was over. But there is a secret hidden deep inside the laws of thermodynamics that you can't just download from a server. On the outside, China's new carrier looks like a masterpiece. On the inside, it is an engineering nightmare that is literally tearing itself apart every time they flip the switch. They copied the blueprints, but they forgot that you can't cheat physics. How did the world's most expensive game of copycat end in a total engineering disaster that left China's Navy dead in the water? June 17, 2022. While Chinese state media paraded the Fujian carrier down the Yangtze, an entirely different show was underway in the digital shadows. On that same date, forensic logs from General Atomics Aeronautical Systems, prime contractor for the US Navy's Electromagnetic Aircraft Launch System, recorded a spike in outbound data traffic. The breach, later traced to a Shanghai-linked server cluster, wasn't subtle. It was a smash and grab. Thousands of engineering schematics, firmware images, and capacitor specifications were siphoned off in a matter of hours. Contractor incident reports filed under the new CISA rule, effective January 2025, mapped the attack's path with clinical precision. The initial breach at General Atomics hit on June 11th, 2025, exposing design files for linear induction motors and high-voltage switchgear. 4 months later, on October 21, 2025, Northrop Grumman's network was penetrated through a compromised F5 gateway, leaking internal logs, supplier documents, and system diagrams. The company's mitigation bulletin, terse and bloodless, made no mention of the scale. Over 3,800 files, classified as secret or top secret, were exfiltrated in less than a week. The surge wasn't isolated. CISA's quarterly threat brief for June 2025 noted a 150% rise in Chinese cyber operations targeting US aerospace and shipbuilding contractors. The attackers didn't bother with subtlety, credential theft, ransomware, and direct exfiltration of control software source code. The only thing more brazen than the theft was the silence that followed. No public DOJ indictment, no press conference, just a string of breached vendors and a swelling archive of stolen American know-how sitting on hard drives somewhere in Jiangnan. A cybersecurity analyst, quoted in a rare on-record moment, put it with the kind of dry understatement only years in the trenches can produce. You can steal 1 million files, but you can't download 50 years of American metallurgy. The forensic chain of custody is unambiguous. General Atomics, Northrop Grumman, and a handful of capacitor manufacturers, each hit, each looted, each left to pick up the pieces. The files vanished into the ether, reappearing months later as the backbone of China's new flagship. On paper, the theft was perfect. In practice, as the next chapter reveals, the real test was only beginning. June 17, 2022. The Yangtze riverbanks are draped with red banners. State television floods the airwaves with triumphant music and wall-to-wall coverage. The launch of China's Type 003 carrier, Fujian. Anchored in Shanghai, the ship's hull gleams, deck crews march in perfect formation, and a parade of admirals salute the world's first non-American flat top fitted with electromagnetic catapults. The official narrative is clear. Fujian is not just a warship, but a declaration, a Ford killer, a symbol that the age of American naval dominance is over, and the People's Liberation Army Navy now sits at the top of the food chain. Anchors at CCTV recite the script with the kind of breathless certainty only state media can muster. The electromagnetic catapult system was independently developed by Chinese engineers and surpasses all Western technology. Fujian's power grid is the envy of the world. Our carrier is the most advanced ever built. The camera lingers on the flight deck, panning across the launch rails as if the mere sight of painted steel and a few ceremonial ribbons could erase a half-century of American research and development. The crowd roars. Officials beam. The broadcast cuts to slick animated graphics showing J-15 fighters leaping skyward, electromagnetic coils glowing with simulated power. Not a single mention of the source material, no nod to the thousands of American engineering files sitting in a Shanghai server rack, no hint that the claim of independent development began with a midnight data heist. And yet, for all the bluster, there is a nervous energy beneath the spectacle. The launch ceremony has the air of a magic trick performed for an audience that knows the secret. The world is told to believe that a few years of reverse engineering and patriotic slogans can conjure up what took the Naval Surface Warfare Center decades to perfect. On paper, China has built a carrier that matches the Ford class. In reality, the question hangs in the air, unspoken and unanswered. Can this ship actually do what the propaganda claims? Or is the Fujian just another paper tiger, ready to crumble at the first real test of physics? The real strength of a carrier's launch system lies in its power supply. On the Ford class, 2 A-1B nuclear reactors generate nearly a gigawatt of electricity. This energy feeds the Integrated Power System, or IPS, which channels 10,000 volts of direct current through the ship. That's enough to run every electromagnetic catapult, radar, and railgun the Navy can design. Ford's IPS delivers about 1,000 megawatts. Power on the scale of a small city, always ready, always in reserve. Fujian's situation is starkly different. Instead of nuclear reactors, the Chinese carrier relies on a patchwork of gas turbines and diesel generators, straining to reach 140 megawatts on a good day. The numbers are clear. Ford's 1 gigawatt towers over Fujian's 140 megawatts. This isn't a minor difference. It's the gap between a deep reservoir and a shallow pool. When the Ford class needs a 70 or 90 megajoule launch pulse, the high-voltage direct current bus barely registers the demand. Power flows through solid-state converters, the bus voltage stays steady at 10,000 volts, and the capacitors recharge in minutes. There's always surplus, always margin. 2 F-35C jets can launch back-to-back without hesitation. Fujian's medium-voltage direct current bus, by contrast, runs at about 2.5 to 3 kilovolts. After a heavy launch, the generators strain, voltage drops, and capacitors need time to recover. With no nuclear core humming in the background, every launch cycle pushes the system to its limits. As one IPS engineer puts it, you can't cheat the bus. When generation headroom is measured in single-digit megawatts, every spike in demand threatens a blackout. A voltage drop means the catapult controller trips, the launch aborts, and the ship waits for capacitors to recover. Small margins magnify every failure. Ford's design reflects decades of hard lessons. Fujian's, built on borrowed plans, faces the hard math of physics. A linear induction motor is not magic, it is a glorified copper racetrack. And if you want to fling a 30-ton fighter off a flight deck at 130 knots, you had better respect the laws of physics and the price of copper. The Americans learned this the expensive way. Every Ford-class catapult is a mile of copper chromium zirconium alloy, wound and cooled until it can handle a 2 million amp pulse without turning into a puddle. The system does not just blink on and off. It stores up to 100 megajoules in a capacitor bank the size of a truck, then dumps it in a single, precisely timed surge. That is enough juice to light up a city block, if you do not melt your own cabling first. The real trick is not building the world's biggest slingshot. It is making sure your copper can handle the current, shot after shot, without stretching, sagging, or burning through. The Ford's rails are drawn from copper chromium zirconium, like an Olympic sprinter with the heart of a marathoner. Each launch sends a tidal wave of current through the windings, and if your alloy is not up to spec, you are left with a smoking crater where your catapult used to be. The Navy's tolerance for impurities is less than 0.05%. Anything higher, and you are not launching jets, you are cooking dinner. Now consider the defect protocol. Picture this: you steal the blueprints, you even get the firmware, but your supply chain delivers copper cable that would not pass muster in a 1970s elevator. You run the numbers, realize your conductors cannot carry the load, and your only option is to double up on wiring, like wiring a Ferrari engine with extension cords from a strip mall. The result is more resistance, more heat, and less launch energy. The laws of physics do not care how many times you wave the flag. The Ford's linear induction motor draws a 2 million amp pulse for every launch. That is not a typo. 2 million amps delivered in less than a second. If your copper is not flawless, you get voltage drop, power sag, and a launch controller that throws up its hands and aborts the cycle. You cannot cheat the bus. You cannot patch over bad metallurgy with software. And you cannot download 50 years of American alloy science no matter how many files you steal. The next wall is metallurgy, and every shortcut gets exposed at 1,000 amps per square centimeter. CRZR beryllium copper. In the world of high current launch systems, these are not just metals, they are the difference between a working catapult and a smoldering wreck. The Americans spent half a century refining these alloys, chasing conductivity numbers of at least 97% IACS and tensile strength north of 450 megapascals. You want to run 2 million amps through a launch rail in less than a second? You better be sure your copper is not laced with junk. One stray atom of iron, 1% too much oxygen, and your bus bar turns into a fuse. A material scientist at the Naval Surface Warfare Center once put it to me like this: you can teach a grad student to wind a coil. You cannot teach a country to make copper that does not melt at the first shot. The recipe for QCRZR is not just about mixing metals. It is a dance solution annealing, cold working, controlled cooling, and impurity checks so strict they would make a Swiss watchmaker sweat. US suppliers track every ingot. Every batch is X-rayed, grain size measured, porosity mapped. Anything less, and you get voltage drop, heat buildup, and a launch controller that aborts before the jet even moves. China's public specs for the Fujian mention high conductivity copper alloy. That is like calling a Ferrari a red car. Open source data on the so-called Tsinghua series alloys puts their conductivity at about 96% IACS and tensile strength around 400 megapascals. Not bad if you are wiring a city bus, not launching a 30-ton fighter. The physics does not care about patriotic slogans. If your copper cannot handle the pulse, you double up on cables, add more cooling, or my personal favorite, just pray the insulation holds. It never does. This is the metallurgy wall. You can steal schematics, but you cannot hack a supply chain that has spent decades purifying copper to atomic precision. The next weak link is capacitors. Because when your alloy sags, your stored energy bleeds away. Metallized polypropylene film, stacked and vacuum impregnated until the whole assembly could pass for a small car engine if your car engine needed to dump 100 megajoules in a split second without vaporizing itself. The American standard is merciless. ESR below 0.1 microohm, ESL under half a nanohenry, and a dielectric film so flawless you would think it was grown in a clean room, not rolled off a factory floor. Miss those numbers and your catapult does not launch jets. It launches smoke and debris. China's capacitor game is a different story. Open source procurement specifications for the Fujian's EMALS mention polyamide-based dielectrics, but the published ESR values hover at least 10 times higher than the US benchmark. That is not a rounding error. That is the difference between a launch pulse that stays flat and one that sags, droops, and fizzles out before the fighter even moves. Every microohm of excess resistance gets multiplied by millions of amps. The result is voltage drop, power sag, and a launch controller that trips before the pulse is half spent. The real comedy comes when you realize the Fujian's capacitor banks are running at a lower bus voltage from 2.5 to 3 kilovolts compared to Ford's 10,000 volts. The physics is brutal. Lower voltage means more current for the same launch energy, which means even more I²R losses in the conductors and the capacitors themselves. The Americans spent decades learning how to keep those losses microscopic. The Chinese, working off stolen PDFS, and a supply chain that has never built a pulse bank above 3 megajoules, are left patching together banks that can barely hold charge for a single launch. Try firing twice in a row, and you get power sag so severe the controller throws a fault. ESR above specification, dielectric breakdown, and a capacitor bank that is more fire hazard than launch system. That is not just a design flaw, it is a physics wall, and you cannot hack your way through it. July 12, 2024. The Fujian is dead in the water, drifting off the Zhoushan archipelago. The bridge intercom spits out a blaring alarm. Breaker trip, main bus offline. The whine of the electromagnetic catapult cuts to silence, replaced by the staccato pop of relays and the acrid stench of burning insulation. Deck crew freeze, hands on launch rails slick with sweat and copper dust. The control room's breaker panel, rated for 150 megaamps, has just opened at barely 90% of its supposed limit. The system did not even get to the main event. A J-15 sits chained to the catapult, canopy fogged from the abrupt loss of ventilation. The launch controller's display reads a flat line. Bus voltage collapsed, current surge aborted, capacitor bank discharged, and empty. Engineers scramble to auxiliary power, but the grid's gone limp. The ship's diesel generators, already straining, cannot refill the energy reservoir fast enough. For 18 minutes, the Fujian is a $12 billion paperweight, its flight deck ringed by emergency barges and repair crews wielding portable fans and fire extinguishers. The only thing moving is the smoke curling from the power module bay. The culprit is physics, in all its indifferent glory. The breaker, designed to protect against catastrophic overcurrent, tripped at 90% of rated load because the copper bus bars, already running hot from the last launch, could not shed the heat. Resistance climbed, voltage dropped, and the breaker's trip curve did what it is supposed to do, save the ship from its own bad metallurgy. The capacitor bank, undersized and overpromised, sagged so hard on the second launch attempt that the pulse energy never cleared the threshold. You cannot cheat the bus, and you cannot bluff your way past the metallurgy wall. This is the verdict. You can steal the blueprints, but you cannot download a solution to the laws of thermodynamics. In the end, the Fujian's catapult is all show. Another paper tiger, gutted by a single, merciless physics flaw. A carrier's worth isn't measured by how many admirals salute on launch day. It's how many jets you can throw into the sky day after day without the ship's guts melting down. The Ford class, with its nuclear backbone and real-deal emails, doesn't break a sweat at 100 sorties a day. Navy test logs from Lakehurst show Ford hitting 120 launches in a single 24-hour cycle. No drama, just numbers. That's a fighter off the deck every 12 minutes, round the clock, with the catapults barely cooling between shots. Now contrast that with the Fujian. Open source analysts, squinting at satellite passes and deck activity trackers, count maybe 30 to 40 sorties on a good day. The PLAN's own reports are suspiciously silent on the subject, but the math doesn't lie. When your capacitor bank needs a nap after every launch and your power grid wheezes at the thought of a second sortie, you're not running a carrier, you're hosting a parade. As one sortie officer put it, on Ford, we launch jets. On Fujian, they launch excuses. There's a lesson here, written in copper, capacitor film, and the unbreakable laws of thermodynamics. You can harden your supply chain, lock down every contractor with zero trust protocols, and trace every ingot of QCR-ZR from foundry to flight deck. But if you let the blueprints walk out the door, you are still gambling with the future. The Fujian stands as a $12 billion warning label. All the cyber espionage in the world cannot conjure a carrier that works when the alloys are not pure. The capacitors cannot hold charge, and the power grid wheezes at every launch. The United States learned, sometimes painfully, that you cannot shortcut the metallurgy wall. Harden the supply chain, audit every batch, and never trust a paper tiger to win a real fight. That is the policy lesson, and it is not one you can download. Today, China's billion-dollar flagship sits shackled by physics, not politics, a monument to what happens when you steal blueprints but can't forge the alloy. The Fujian's pulse capacitors still can't deliver 2 launches back-to-back without melting themselves into scrap. That's not strategy, that's a paper tiger built on wishful math. In engineering, shortcuts don't float. Thanks for watching. Drop your thoughts on the metallurgy gap below.
First things first, update from CENTCOM on the mission. Let's see how things are going.
Good afternoon. I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of United States Central Command. In this capacity, I lead U.S. military forces in the Middle East.
Good stuff.
I'm here to provide you an update on Operation Epic Fury.
Let's go.
On the 4th day of execution. First, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the families and teammates of the extraordinary Americans.
Legends, heroes.
And I'd also...
Heroes who, by the way, are being shat upon by our based influencers that are saying that they're dying for someone else's war. These are heroes that gave their life for their country, their God, and honestly, they should be remembered as heroes.
I'd also like to extend our prayers for a speedy recovery to the wounded.
Yes.
Yesterday, you heard from Secretary Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Today, I'd like to give you
I covered that yesterday, by the way. Definitely watch my previous video if you want, like, all the background. But we just took out 88 new leaders of the Ayatollah, like, one after the other. Dude, insane stuff happened yesterday, and everyone has to know what's going on.
Operational update on where we are and provide you with some key facts. By order of the President of the United States and the Secretary of War, our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans as
Good.
they've been doing for nearly half a century.
Based.
Having spent more than 36 years in the military.
This isn't just like whispers of a potential weapon. They have been killing us for 47 years.
I could not be prouder of America's sons and daughters in uniform who are answering the call. More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way.
Yeah, I like that we're not taking risks here. We're not like trying to come into like some even playing field and hedge out. We're being like, yo, these guys want to kill us, and we're going to kill them before they have the ability to do so. We are going to open the gates of hell upon them, all right? Obama delivered the Ayatollah $1.7 billion. Biden delivered the Ayatollah $6 billion. Trump delivered the Ayatollah directly to hell.
These forces bring a massive amount of firepower, representing the largest buildup by the U.S. in the Middle East in a generation. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran.
That's what I'm talking
Many
about.
of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 20.
Yeah, this isn't we're sending in ground troops, we're going to sit there forever. This is we are going to obliterate our direct threat. And hopefully the Iranian people could rise up and actually take their country back from this murderous regime that was massacring them this whole time. Yeah, based.
4-7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now,
Dude.
we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed.
We are so by far the most lethal military on the planet. Like, and you know Russia is just crying about this, being like, they wish they could do this to Ukraine.
Hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers,
Only difference is we're literally killing terrorists that are trying to kill us.
drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us.
Good.
Our B-2 bombers
That's right.
and B-1 bombers have executed uncontested surgical strikes
Uncontested, meaning they have no air defenses left.
against multiple missile facilities deep inside Iran. And then just last night, a B-52 bomber force struck ballistic missile and command and control posts.
Good stuff.
We are also sinking the Iranian Navy.
Oh,
the
baby.
entire Navy.
The entire
Thus far,
Navy.
we've destroyed
Mr. President, we have just converted the Iranian Navy into submarines against their will.
17 Iranian ships,
Oh.
including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side.
That's rough, buddy.
For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman. And we will not
Their navy has been harassing shipping, so we removed their navy.
stop. We will
God
continue
bless
to conduct
America.
dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability.
Good.
Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. To be clear, Iran is indiscriminately targeting civilians.
Yes,
As-
major difference. We are doing surgical strikes specifically on like military infrastructure, and even if there are casualties that are civilian, that's a tragedy. But it's definitely not a target of ours. Whereas they are literally trying to maximize damage because, and this is the stuff no one wants to tell you, they are an apocalyptic death cult. They are quite literally an apocalyptic pedophile death cult that is more than happy to die for their cause of killing infidels. All right? No, 'cause it's Islamophobic for you to literally state the truth and the facts. Well, that's why you subscribe to this channel, for truth, facts, and a little bit of glee.
They've launched these missiles.
We are rescuing goats by the thousands in the Middle East.
drones. You've seen it on TV. The
Oh,
evidence.
black smoke, black smoke. The Vatican has selected a new Ayatollah, ladies and gentlemen.
You've seen it on TV. The evidence is crystal clear and overwhelming.
Yeah.
Having said this, we are seeing Iran's ability to hit us and our partners is declining.
Oh, shit. Damn, they are getting giga-fucked.
While our combat power, on the other hand, is building.
Oh.
And my overall operational assessment is that
Dude, you know some goat fucker is watching this right now crying.
we're ahead of our game plan. Along the way, every single branch
In Iraq, it's like, oh, well, we have to add an extra 10 years to the timeline. We're all behind. Here, it's like, damn, we are killing them way more efficiently than ever expected.
of our military is achieving.
We have placed pressurized landmines up the anuses of goats, and we've taken out at least 4 Ayatollah through this technique.
Unprecedented success. I'll talk about just a few of them. Our naval forces have deployed multiple waves of cruise missiles, obliterating Iranian command and control and air defense capabilities.
Love that.
From 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, we're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports.
Good.
U.S. Air Forces are doing what they do best, executing a high volume of airstrikes right into Iran.
That's what I'm talking about.
Operationally,
Over
the
2,000.
2 most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel, are
Holy! Bro just laying it out there. The 2 most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel.
dominating the sky.
Oh no! I can't believe Israel is our ally. They're only helping us with our objectives. This is heartbreaking stuff. Dude, I'm so excited to show you the Israel crash house later in the video.
Of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. Our U.S. Army soldiers are defending ourselves and our partners in an historic first.
It's kind of insane if you think about it, though. Like, just think about it for a second. How massive the fall off of the Eurocux was. I'm going to show you the Eurocux in a bit. But, like, you know, France, England, like, these were powerful nations, and they got absolutely cucked by emasculated men. All right? The feminization of men has turned these countries into absolute shit shows. Israel, seriously, a country the size of New Jersey in the Middle East, like, surrounded by people constantly trying to kill them, has a more powerful air force than France and England and Spain and all these other retards. It's honestly, it's unfathomable. The fall-off is unreal, and it's all because of this suicidal empathy bullshit. Yes, it is actually good that the United States is the most powerful military in the world. Yes, it is actually good that the United States makes international law. Yes, it's actually good that we take our place at the top because our allies are literal morons. Suicidal morons.
The U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PRISMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability.
The discombobulator.
Also, for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects.
Sheesh.
I'd like to point out these drones were originally
God damn,
Iranian
look at those
design.
bad boys.
We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran.
Iran was using these made-in-China-ass drones, all right? So we borrowed the technology, and now they are lethal as shit.
I just could not be prouder of our men and women in uniform,
Same, bro.
leveraging innovation
Legends.
to create dilemmas for the enemy.
Heroes.
There is no adversary
bless
too
them.
determined, no mission too difficult for the great soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen.
And it's not even
Our
close.
military objectives are crystal clear.
Yeah.
And our people.
And this is my favorite thing. The left is still making believe. It's like, we don't understand the objectives. Trump is so complicated. We don't understand the objectives for this war. Yes, we do. Okay, every human being understands. This is a regime that's been chanting death to America for 47 years. They've been massacring tens of thousands of their own people, started countless wars in the Middle East, including murdering thousands of our soldiers from Beirut to Iraq, etc., etc. All right, their proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis have been bombing us constantly. They have tried multiple assassination attempts against our sitting president in the United States. This is confirmed. All right, they have been a sponsor of terror for a long time, and we don't want to wait until they actually have long-range ballistic missiles and nuclear capabilities to obliterate us. So therefore, we are going to fucking kill them first. It is literally the most crystal clear objective of all time, and the left is like, no, 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 you have to wait until they 9/11 us until we respond. No, sir, not today. We're not going back to this Euro-cuck-centered mindset of all these libtards that are so invested in destroying their own countries, they can't actually think clearly about stopping their adversaries.
People are executing an immensely complex and
Yeah.
historic mission with relentless lethality, conviction, and professionalism.
That's what I'm talking about.
And we've just begun.
Good shit.
But I have the utmost confidence that we, alongside our partners,
Yeah.
will absolutely achieve our military objectives.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident of that as well, actually. All right, so that was a really good update. I'm really glad the CENTCOM commander actually delivered that one. But anyway, the imam in Michigan that just called the U.S. evil and held a memorial service for terror leader Khomeini is a friend of Kamala Harris. No one saw this coming. This is truly shocking. Now, if you want to understand the levels of victory that we're dealing with, because I keep seeing some bots on Twitter being like, actually, the Iran is secretly winning. Their giant plan was by letting their leader get blown into a whole lot of pieces. All right, that was the first step. The second step is the next leader getting blown into pieces or something. Anyway, just to understand, on day one of the war, Iran fired 350 ballistic missiles throughout the region. On day 2, 175. On day 3, 120. On day 4, 50. That does not sound like a very healthy regime. That does not trying to be controversial or anything, but that does not sound like it's doing very well. It sounds to me like they are dying, they know they're dying, and they're literally having spasms, death spasms before the end. Now, to understand the levels of evil we're dealing with, this is them now. These retards, these actual regime assholes, are holding wartime press conferences inside of elementary schools. They're literally doing the Hamas tactics because they're terrorists. Yes, because they are radical Islamic terrorists that are more than happy to let school children die in their, you know, demonic crusade to destroy us. This is insane, all right? So everyone's screaming and crying, no, no, I can't believe innocent civilians get caught as casualties in this war against these actual Islamic terrorists. This is why it happens. This is insane. Press conferences inside elementary schools? Are you serious? What is this? Guess who's here to defend them? That's right, it's Hassan Diddy Bin Laden Piker, largest leftist streamer in the United States. They're doing press conference in a closed school. Oh, a closed school. Because Israel and America blew up a school in the first salvo. Fact check, false. Iran blew up their own school and blamed the United States and Israel. They killed 100+ little girls. Actually, Iran killed 35,000+ little girls. But he doesn't care, obviously, because he supports radical Islamic terrorism and he should be deported or jailed for treason. This is what the press conference is about. No, it's not about you think to have a press conference while they're getting absolutely obliterated? A press conference to come together for the families of the people that they accidentally blew up? Get out of here, bro. They're doing these press conferences in schools because they want to use children as human shields. And it's so obvious. Because despite the fact that we, as in the United States and Israel, have never struck deliberately civilian targets, as far as anyone has any proof for, no one has any evidence that any civilian targets were deliberately struck, they are quite literally only striking civilian targets, all right? They're striking civilian neighborhoods in Israel. They struck literally a spa in Dubai. They struck a hotel in Qatar. They're literally just spazzing out and blowing up as much shit as they can. But here's Hassan Piker, running defense for terrorists doing literal military press conferences in schools. Unbelievable stuff that we have these people in our country that we need to contend with. It's insane. However, in fact, to understand exactly the level of evil we're dealing with, so this is what the military in Iran is currently doing. All right? So as you can see, there are celebrations of the Iranian people inside of their apartments. They're celebrating that finally liberation is coming and they're able to be freed of this vicious dictatorship that's massacred 35,000+ of their own people in the streets over the last month, which is more civilian casualties than the civilian casualties in Gaza over the war that was 2.5 years long. Every leftist on the planet crying and screaming about Gaza, and there were less civilian casualties in Gaza than there were in Iran, literally by the Iranian regime massacring their own people. Literally dead silence on the world. It's almost like they support radical Islamic terrorism or something. So here you have people in their apartments celebrating the fall of this demonic regime. And the Islamic terrorists that are running the country are literally firing bullets into the windows of civilians celebrating. Do you see this? That's insanity. So, yes, these are the people that Hassan Piker and the left is broadly defending, right? This is their war. They're literally firing machine guns into civilian windows of people celebrating that the regime is falling apart. Understand what we're dealing with. Now, a lot of people don't understand the complexity of this war, and a lot of people are trying to make believe that they're all confused as to objectives of Donald Trump. People don't understand that this is like the 5D chess that we've been playing all along. Trump's attack on Iran takes a big economic bite out of America's chief rivals, China. Almost all of Iran's exported oil and more than half of Venezuela's went last year to China. So China, which is pressuring us constantly in the AI race as well as in other areas, China, which is constantly threatening invading Taiwan, which is where we get our computer chips, etc., China is getting the majority of their oil from Iran and Venezuela. Over 70% of Chinese oil is Iran and Venezuela. Guess which two El Presidentes Donald Trump decided to knock off first? I'm just saying, this is the geopolitical chess that we needed to be playing for a long time. We need to be the dominant force in the world. But why do you want America to actually be on top, says radical idiot. We should just live in a beautiful globe with no borders. Who needs borders? All right, borders are fake and gay. Everything's stolen land. No one's illegal on stolen land. This is an illegal war. this is an undocumented war. This is not an illegal war. Let me correct you on that. And second of all, I actually very much appreciate if America, a country based on Christian and biblical values, is actually the dominant country on the planet, as opposed to, you know, radical Islamic terrorist regimes that quite literally have an apocalyptic view of the future where they blow the fuck out of everybody. Not only sexually, but that too, because a lot of them are closeted homosexuals. Anyway, the biggest development in the war that I've seen in a very long time is this. This was a building. Damn. So, pretty crazy stuff. What? Holy! Alright, so that was a building. Alright, so obviously our weaponry is pretty good. I'm pretty sure this strike was Israel specifically. The IDF just wiped out the entire succession of supreme leaders. I'm not gonna lie, man. When I said Donald Trump should be getting one El Presidente a month, even I couldn't have fathomed this. So most members of the 88-seat Council of Religious Experts were inside the building voting on the next leader when Israel struck. This has got to be the most diabolical shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Not only in the first second of the war did Iran lose their supreme leader, and the biggest oral loss in the history of combat, but, and this is insane, they literally had a council of 88 guys to get together to decide on the new supreme leader, and the entire council was annihilated. Oh my god, they must have Mossad agents living in their fucking walls. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And then the Israel War Room posts, you know, 88 target marks. Alright, nicely done. Alright, good meme, guys. Alright, this has got to be the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
The scene of one of these cluster munition impacts just outside of Tel Aviv, but I'm told by a senior Israeli official that the Israelis just struck the Supreme Council gathering where the Iranians were meeting to choose a new supreme leader. This is a
thank God we have competent allies, man. This is crazy shit.
Significant development, and again, speaking to Israeli intelligence about this war, they just targeted the meeting in Tehran, where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. The Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel. Right now, we are in the community of Bnei Brak. It's a religious community outside of Tel Aviv.
Yeah, and they've been striking them with cluster munitions, which are technically a war crime, but no one cares about war crimes these days. Well, why should we? Why should we be surprised about that? But anyway, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So again, Iran striking civilians with cluster munitions to massacre as many civilians as they can because they are a spastic death cult. And then we are successfully annihilating retards left and right in real time. Dude, that's got to be the craziest thing ever. The fact that Israel like knew that they were getting together to vote on the new supreme leader and then just took out the next 88 people down the line. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, in fact, that's not even the worst news that Iran got that day. All right, so Iran got a lot of bad news lately. All right, they lost their guy, they lost their next 88 guys. Holy shit. The worst news for Iran: favorite for supreme leader of Iran spent months being treated for impotency in private UK hospitals. U.S. intelligence reveals. So it turns out, not only did we wipe out, all right, the Iranian regime, basically all of their commanders, and then Israel came in and they took out the next 88 guys, but the current favorite for supreme leader was literally impotent. Literally impotent. This is insane. Like, dude, the line ends with him whether he survives or doesn't. It's insane. And of course he got treated in private UK hospitals. Why is anyone surprised? The last Islamic country to defend Iran is the United Kingdom. We're going to talk about them in a minute. So, as you can see, Iran strikes our consulates. Like, these aren't military outposts, but they don't care because they're terrorists and they want to kill us. Oh, no, but why leave the terrorists alone? Leave my pedophile terrorist alone, says my average leftist friend. Breaking news. And this is going to be the next phase, which is insane. Weapons have been smuggled into Western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They're expected to begin a ground operation within days, according to ITV News. Now, here's the thing. The United States and Israel seeking to foment an armed uprising inside Iran using an armed Kurdish fighting force, which has been built up since the 12-day war in 2025, about 6 months ago. Now, here's something really nice and interesting. I was proven correct once again. I've literally said from the beginning, I want us to go in there, obliterate their fucking guys from the sea, from the air. We don't need to get involved. Don't want ground forces. If they want to do an uprising, let their people do it. And that's kind of exactly what's happening. Holy shit. I'm telling you, man. If I was just like a casual Nux viewer, I would already assume that like I was actually tied to the Mossad or something, because my predictions have been more on point than anyone that I've ever seen. Not to pat myself on the own back or anything, but like, I'm just very happy when murderous dictators die. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man, and it's working swimmingly. Now, we have to understand a little bit about this guy. All right, so this is Ayatollah Khomeini, and this is his Manual of Islamic Law. This is really nice. I'm really glad he was able to do this. So he released this little manual for all the Islamic laws that were existing in Iran under his rule, because the feminists are supporting him now, so I think it's really important to understand what the feminists are supporting. All right, so intercourse with a woman is not allowed unless she attains the age of 9 years. All right, so as you can see, Epstein's Island, bro, Epstein's country. What are we doing here? All right, so first things first, important to note, Iran is ruthless against pedophiles, and they define pedophiles as someone who has sex with a child that's under 9, right? Once she's 9 years old, free game. You can take her, marry her, do whatever you want with her, says Ayatollah Khomeini, feminist's favorite guy. Regardless whether the marriage is permanent or temporary, there is, however, no objection in other enjoyments for children under the age of 9, like touching lasciviously, hugging, and rubbing the thighs, even with a suckling infant. Wow, dude! Oh my god! All right, so this dude is literally saying, yo, you could suckle, you can grope and cuddle and caress children under the age of 9, even if they're suckling, but you can't have sex with them until they turn 9. Like, it's actually sickening. I'm really happy that the world does not anymore have Ayatollah Khomeini. I'm really happy that Trump delivered him no stuff, 0 stops, one-way trip straight to Lucifer. That's a huge W. All right, and again, we're dealing with murderous terrorists. Like, this is one of the other Khomeini retards. This is the grandson of Ayatollah Khomeini. He just said this last month.
الإسرائيليون يعرفون بدقة ويعرفون أن الشعب الإسلامي.
If a day comes when any Islamic nation is capable of firing missiles at Israel,
إذا يأتي يوم وهو قادر على قصف إسرائيل وعلى ضربة على إسرائيل
and striking Israel, if they are capable of erasing Israel,
إذا كانوا قادرين على إزالة إسرائيل سيفعلون.
They will do to Israel what Hamas did to it.
إسرائيل ما فعله حماس.
Yeah, all the Islamic nations. Right.
اليوم إذا
Well, epic spoilers, that didn't happen. Not only did that not happen, but all the Islamic nations are actually allying with Israel right now against the EU. It's a really bad day for these retards. Now, a really bad day for these retards.
Leave the Salida del Sol gate alone. You're not done with the villa yet, so don't stray. up signals near your location. Detonators, watch for traps. Picking up signals near your location. Detonators. Watch for traps. Picking up signals near your location. Detonators. Watch for traps.
The Israeli Defense Forces took an astonishing action, destroying Iran's secret Minjadeh base, an underground stronghold that was once used by top nuclear scientists to develop nuclear weapons. No matter how deep it was buried underground, it was completely destroyed. IDF spokesperson Brigadier General Efi Defrin revealed in a press conference on March 3rd that this operation was a continuation of the Roaring Lion mission, which began on February 28th and has already rendered approximately 300 of Iran's ballistic missile launch systems ineffective. Defrin pointed out that the Israeli military's intelligence tracked nuclear scientists attempting to secretly visit the base. By following these scientists, they pinpointed the location of the site and carried out a precise strike. Israel had been tracking these nuclear scientists for a long time, understanding the dangerous nature of their activities. Their work could help Iran restart key parts of its nuclear weapons development, such as triggering devices, warhead designs, and other non-uranium enrichment technologies. While uranium enrichment technology is the toughest challenge and takes years to master, the global media's attention has mostly been on uranium enrichment. However, without the development of various weapon components, enriched uranium cannot be used as a weapon. Iran insists its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, but Iranian officials constantly threaten to develop nuclear weapons. Iran's current uranium enrichment level is close to weapons grade 60%, making it the only country without a nuclear weapons program capable of reaching this level. This Israeli raid not only destroyed the facility itself, but also resulted in the deaths of several Iranian military officials. Israel confirmed the killing of senior Quds Force commander Dawood Alizadeh and commander of the Khordad 15 air defense missile system in Isfahan, Abdul Hamid Rabar. Other Revolutionary Guard terrorist regime. Alizadeh, who was equivalent to a brigadier general, was Iran's highest-ranking officer in charge of Lebanese affairs. The strike also killed Revolutionary Guard Air Defense Commander Rabar and his subordinates, highlighting Israel's deep attack on Iran's domestic air defense systems. These actions weakened Iran's ability to retaliate and paved the way for future airstrikes. In conclusion, Israel's destruction of the Minzadeh base and the killing of key officials was a firm response to Iran's nuclear ambitions and regional expansion. In recent years, Iran's rapid enrichment technology and missiles have marked its leap from a nuclear threshold state to a potential nuclear missile power. On the issue of Iran's nuclear program, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu have explained why Iran should not be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. On March 2nd, President Trump awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor to 3 soldiers who rescued allies in peril. He also explained to the public that now is the best and last chance to strike Iran's regime, or else American and overseas military bases will be at risk. President Trump remarked that Iran's ballistic missile program has expanded rapidly, posing a significant threat to both the United States and its military forces abroad. He further explained that the rapid development of these missiles is intended to conceal Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to stop their pursuit of these highly restricted nuclear weapons. President Trump referred to the Iranian government as a terrible terrorist regime. He explained that last June, the U.S. military's Midnight Hammer operation destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities, forcing Tehran to sit down for negotiations. However, while pretending to negotiate, Tehran was secretly rebuilding its nuclear facilities. The president stated that now is the best and last time to strike Iran's regime. Trump said,
"An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people."
On March 2nd, Netanyahu stated that Israel is fortunate to have President Trump as a leader of the free world, highlighting that for years, Iran has been the primary source of conflict in the Middle East, responsible for most regional issues. He emphasized that while North Korea has nuclear weapons, it does not openly call for America's destruction like Iran does. Netanyahu further pointed out that Iran poses a greater global threat due to its extremism and the terrorist networks it supports. This metaphor highlights Netanyahu's strong opposition to the Iranian regime and reflects the strategic consensus between Israel and the United States in the current conflict. On X, many users praised Netanyahu for eliminating threats and hoped he would help eliminate the cancer of the East, the Chinese Communist Party. One user wrote, "Mr. Netanyahu's skill in using Trump's power to eliminate evil is excellent. Don't forget, there is the CCP in the East. As the anti-crime chief, the Prime Minister is responsible and must help the Chinese people overthrow the largest dictatorship, the Chinese Communist Party." Trump and his cabinet have repeatedly emphasized that the primary goal of actions against Iran is still to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons, not regime change, but the overthrow of the Iranian regime is an inevitable result of this war. In 2002, Iran was discovered to have secret nuclear facilities, raising suspicions about Tehran's intentions. Iran has always claimed that its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes and has never sought to develop nuclear weapons, but many countries do not believe this claim. In 2015, Iran reached an agreement with the permanent members of the UN Security Council, China, Russia, the US, France, and the UK, and Germany, to monitor its nuclear program. This agreement provided Iran with sanctions relief in exchange for limiting its nuclear ambitions. In 2018, Trump unilaterally announced that Iran would exit the agreement during his first term, restoring sanctions, and Iran's economy subsequently plummeted. In retaliation for withdrawing from the agreement, Iran violated its commitments and continued to advance its nuclear program. In 2025, after returning to the White House, President Trump reaffirmed his tough stance on Iran. While expressing willingness to restart negotiations, he also issued a clear warning. If Iran rejects talks or continues advancing its nuclear program, the U.S. would not rule out military options. This carrot-and-stick strategy became a reality on June 21, 2025. The U.S. launched the Midnight Hammer strike against Iran, destroying 3 nuclear facilities in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. The operation delivered a major blow to Iran's nuclear capabilities, potentially causing serious obstacles to its nuclear weapons development plans. On June 23, 2025, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Treasury Marshall Billingsley wrote on X. He said, "In the coming days, when you see the Chinese lecturing the U.S. on nuclear non-proliferation, remember that it was Communist China that sold Iran everything it needed for the uranium conversion facility, down to blueprints and test isotopes." Billingsley had served as the Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes at the U.S. Treasury during the Trump administration, responsible for tracking illegal procurement networks and nuclear proliferation activities from countries like Iran and North Korea. He is currently a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and frequently comments on geopolitics and nuclear issues. His statement was tied to the context of the U.S. and Israel strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. The U.S. has repeatedly sanctioned Chinese entities accused of providing nuclear-related technology to Iran. On June 20, 2025, the U.S. State Department announced sanctions on 8 entities and 1 individual, accusing them of procuring and delivering sensitive machinery to Iran's defense industry, including the sanctioned Rayon Rush Avzar RAA company. These actions are part of Trump's maximum pressure campaign, aiming to cut off Iran's nuclear and missile supply chains. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs has repeatedly denied such accusations, stating that China strictly adheres to international obligations, with all exports to Iran complying with export control mechanisms like the Wassenaar Agreement. It also accuses the U.S. of long-arm jurisdiction and politicizing nuclear issues. After the Midnight Hammer operation, Iran's nuclear program was temporarily stalled. However, shortly afterward, Israeli intelligence showed that Iran had not entirely given up, but had shifted some activities to underground facilities. Israel then continued its decapitation strategy against Iranian nuclear experts. In December 2025, a key nuclear physicist responsible for centrifuge cascade optimization was remotely targeted and killed while under tight scrutiny at Tehran University. In the joint US-Israeli campaign against Iran's nuclear program, they showcased extremely high precision in targeting and intelligence capabilities, which have become one of the most remarkable technological and intelligence features of the current Middle East conflict. By the end of February 2026, with a continuation of Operations Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, the US-Israel alliance continued to emphasize precision surgical strikes, aiming to minimize civilian casualties and radiation leaks while weakening Iran's nuclear and missile infrastructure. This precision was the result of decades of deep infiltration by Israel's Mossad and U.S. intelligence agencies, real-time satellite reconnaissance, AI-assisted target identification, and human intelligence networks. China, as an important trading partner of Iran, is often accused by the West of turning a blind eye to the export of sensitive technologies. On March 2, 2026, the International Atomic Energy Agency held a special meeting to discuss the impact of U.S. and Israeli military actions on Iran's nuclear facilities. During the meeting, China's permanent representative to the organization, Ambassador Liu Song, made a statement clearly expressing that China respects Iran's legitimate right to peacefully use nuclear energy and values Iran's repeated assertions of its non-nuclear weapons intentions. In the face of U.S. strength, China dares not confront the U.S. directly, revealing its calculating and two-faced role. Especially in the Iran crisis, China promotes abstract peace and calls for resolving disputes through political means, while behind the scenes, it secretly helps Iran resist U.S. pressure. This support is usually not in the form of openly selling weapons, but rather providing parts and technologies that can be used for Iran's drones, missiles, and uranium enrichment facilities. Why does China support Iran's nuclear rights? On one hand, Iran is an important partner in China's Belt and Road Initiative, maintaining economic interests through oil trade and strategic cooperation. On the other hand, Iran is crucial to China's anti-American strategy in the Middle East, with key trade routes in the Persian Gulf, Red Sea, and Eastern Mediterranean. 20% of the world's energy passes through the Persian Gulf, and Iran controls vital choke points in the region. Additionally, Iran's influence is enhanced by the Houthi rebels' control of the Red Sea and Hezbollah and Hamas's control over the eastern Mediterranean coastline. This positions China, as Iran's supporter, as a dominant power in the region. Zeynep Raboua, a researcher at the Hudson Institute's Center for Middle East Peace and Security, stated in a recent article that decades of international sanctions have made Tehran's air force one of the weakest in the region. The development of ballistic missiles has become Iran's only strategic valuable area. Shockingly, China has exploited this opportunity. Over the past 2 years, China has become Iran's primary external supplier for its ballistic missile program, providing everything from solid rocket fuel precursors to satellite guidance via the Beidou 3 navigation system. Analysts argue that the true threat to Middle East peace does not come only from Hamas, Hezbollah, or any single terrorist group, but from Iran and China who support them. Dr. Farhad Razeh, director of the Philos Project, published an article in National Interest. It detailed the types of key nuclear technology and equipment China has provided to Iran over the decades. The article reads, "The Chinese provided Iran with the know-how of additional enrichment technologies, chemical separation, assistance in processing yellow cake, and the design of facilities to convert uranium to uranium hexafluoride, suitable for making reactor fuel. Later, China reportedly sold Iran anhydrous hydrogen fluoride, which is used in the production of uranium hexafluoride. There is also substantial evidence that many Iranian nuclear scientists were trained in China in the mid to late 1980s. On February 15, 2026, Israel issued a rare warning to China, stating that if China assists Iran in developing nuclear weapons or missiles, it will face catastrophic consequences. Media reports indicate that Israel has recently issued a warning. Any country that helps Iran develop nuclear weapons or ballistic missile capabilities will bear the consequences. This warning is not vague, but explicitly names 3 countries: Russia, North Korea, and China. This is a rare move in Israel's recent diplomacy. Shenming Shi, a researcher at the Taiwan National Defense and Security Research Institute, stated that while China verbally calls for peace, it secretly supports Iran both economically and diplomatically. For China, maintaining a strong Iran to counterbalance U.S. influence in the Middle East is beneficial. If the Iranian regime collapses or changes, China loses one of its key supporters in the region. He said that China cannot encourage Iran to avoid developing nuclear weapons or transfer its enriched uranium to other neutral countries. China also supports Iran's religious government in suppressing domestic democratic protests and has no position to persuade Iran not to oppress its people. Therefore, China is unlikely to act in such a way. Instead, it wants Iran to continue countering the U.S. and does not want the Iranian regime to collapse. Why does China fear the collapse of Iran's current regime? After the fall of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, if Iran's regime were to collapse, China's greater concern might be the domino effect of authoritarian regimes falling one after another. On a global strategic level, China would suffer a fatal blow. Zheng Qingmo is director at the Department of Diplomacy and International Relations at Tom Kong University. Zhang said that if Iran's regime collapses or shifts to a pro-U.S. government,